And so, welcome to this magnificent Oulu Central Library that has been newly renovated. As a non-Oulu person, I don't know what the difference is, but I know that there's this wonderful concrete brutalism that has been highlighted. And so, we are AvoinGLAM, a community active within Open Knowledge Finland, working towards open access to cultural heritage. Cultural hackathons have been the backbone of our activities since the first hackathon at Open Knowledge Festival in Helsinki in 2012, and the Hack for FI Hack Your Heritage events in 2014 to 2016, it says here, but I think 2018, if I'm correct. The COVID pandemic caught us the day we were starting the long-awaited 2020 Hack for FI, just the night before. So, but it gave a lucky push for the Hack for OpenGLAM that took place in 2020 and 2021 in the context of the Creative Commons Global Online Summit. And so we returned to our corporeal reality again in 2024 when we arranged AI Sauna in Helsinki, focusing on AI and open culture, and of course with a sauna. So let me see what we have here. Probably, well, I probably have to go here to switch the slides. So, now we are back tackling the current concerns regarding open culture. There has been a notable decline of the appreciation of open knowledge and rise in risk scenarios. However, risks of misuse of open knowledge should not be met with pulling back open sharing. Open sharing mitigates many risks. If we think about intentional erasure of heritage, archives, traditions, and identities not in the mainstream, in forms from subtle defunding or blatantly bombing cultural heritage sites and repositories. Openly shared digital materials are not so easy to erase. Openly accessible history is the foundation of fair and just societies. What are the tactics we can use to protect through open sharing? How can we address the challenges of preserving the veracity of digital materials? And how can we ensure the right of communities to govern their own stories and cultural heritage? The current digital ecosystem has changed, requiring new tools and practices to protect knowledge, nurture creativity, and care for common resources. We hope this event becomes a starting point for that work. Well, it's an ongoing work, but starting point for future work. All right, so Open Knowledge, no, Oulu Löyly is organized by AvoinGLAM and Open Knowledge, oh no, never mind. Okay, so going into freeform. So here's the program, overview. So this is a 3-day event, and this first day is this seminar setting, which accompanies the Think and Do we do on Tuesday and Wednesday. The idea is to bring together you, the masterminds of your respective fields and domains, together to think about these survival strategies for cultural heritage at risk. The program today, let me see, what do we have here? The program today is divided between these two spaces. In the Laituri space, which is peer, which is actually also relating very much to this sauna thematics, you always have, Finns have cottages by lakes. There are thousands of lakes in Finland, and in each of these cottages there's a sauna, and there are I can't remember the statistics of saunas in Finland. Probably was it like 1.5 per person, and so there will be lots of saunas by each lake, and in those thousands of lakes, and in those lakes we'll have these piers going to the water so that you can also swim. Also rivers like here. And so the pier, the laituri, will be the space for the Open Culture Fair, and the space is the space for the talks. So about the Open Culture Fair, if you have something we would really wish that everybody who joins the Think and Do, and also this day, would share what they do in ways that they feel most comfortable. We have the talks, but we also have a marketplace setting. So you can book a table for the whole day or book a slot by a display. That doesn't make sense doing presentations while talks are taking place in this hall. So in ways you have to figure out like a proper spot on the schedule. And the talks, the first one will be, this is not a call yet, but the first one will be with Mikael Hiltunen from Hanaholmen, and the session will be hosted by Jan Ainali, who is now representing Commons DB for Wikimedia Sweden. The second one in the afternoon will be generally labeled as Culture as a Public Good, with Brigitte Vézina from Creative Commons and Matti Hakamäki from the Finnish Folk Music Institute, hosted by Sanna Marttila from the IT University of Copenhagen. And the last session in the afternoon will be hosted by Benedict, and the speakers in the panel are Deepesha Burse from Wikimedia Deutschland, Daniel Antal from Reprex Wikimedia Hungary, and Maria Garda from Cost Action Grade from the University of Turku. And at the very end of the day also, Matti Hakamäki from the Finnish Folk Music Institute will host a workshop about the potential and practical applications of the Sustainable Development 18 culture, which does not exist yet, but this is the topic Matti will be talking about. And about safety. We have a safe space policy, friendly space policy, which has been distributed in your participant messages, right? You have read it, yeah? You'll find it there. We also have a photography policy. I wonder if, it wouldn't be fair to point at people with no photography lanyard, but the lanyards are signals, like the pink ones. Let me see if it comes here right next. Yeah. So the team has the pink one. All the participants have the green one, and the no photos lanyard is the blue one. So please respect people with a blue lanyard. They don't want to be photographed. And as you probably know, but there have been some uncertainties about this, that when you register, you will have you will be able to get breakfast here every day as you did this morning, and lunch will be served in the cafeteria, also part of the registration, snacks in the afternoon and evening, as well as then coffee. And you will be able to join you are very welcome and invited to the Oulu Sauna Festival. And then the next 2 days will be closed. The doors will be closed from the general public, so you will need to show your badge to get in. Well, we know each other, but anyway, this is the basic idea that it's a closed event. So, Oulu Löyly is organized by AvoinGLAM and Open Knowledge Finland. in partnership with Creative Commons, Wikimedia Finland, Wikimedia EEST, Wikimedia Sweden, Wikitangs, Anaraskiela Servi, and supported by Wikimedia Foundation. We'd like to specifically thank Oulu Central Library Saari for these spectacular spaces, and the Cafe Tarina, who serves these all our keeps us alive during these days, and they have a special responsible business model that you can learn more about, as well as then, where was I? Oulu Sauna Festival, of course, and Open Knowledge Foundation, with whom we have been involved in the OK North discussions. And this event is part of Oulu 26 official program, as well as the ICA International Archives Week program. And we wish to thank the Nordic Council of Ministers for the support for the OK North program, which is a collaboration between Nordic Open Knowledge partners just beginning in its infancy. So our team, I would like to, I hope I didn't forget anyone. Would you be comfortable just waving a little if when I say your name? Joy is not here. She's at home, not able to travel at the moment. Sophia Lerner is taking care of our stream. Tochi arrives later today. Teemu Ropponen here is one of them. Maria Pirttivaara over there from Open Knowledge Finland, as well as Teemu. Liisi Surus, not in the room maybe, and then Tuve Örsted here as well. Our university trainees, Juliana Reiman is probably standing by the registration because she has to, and then Nina, who is at the back of the room here. And Thea, who hosted us last night, she's on her way. She hurt herself a little, so she... Anyway, let's all give her our love. And something for forgetting, age doesn't come without these little breaks. So, about the talks, we are entering the talks, 15 minutes early maybe, okay. So, we will have the talks, all the talks, you will be able to access this Padlet. It doesn't require logging in. And each session is labeled there by the speaker. Like the sessions are hosted by our hosts, whom I mentioned. The sessions, the discussion sessions will be labeled by the host name. So but we will be monitoring all of those columns. So if you put your question in the wrong place, we might be able to find them anyway. So if you've been able to scan this already, or if you found it in your documentation, then you found your way in there. And I will be happy to start the first session in ahead of time. And I would like to ask Mikael Hiltunen from Hanaholmen to enter the podium. And thank you. This wasn't scripted, therefore I could remember. I would like to ask as an additional program, Kimmo Virtanen from Wikimedia Finland to do a very intriguing announcement.
So, my voice is hearing. So, about a little bit over half hour ago, State Award of the Public Information was published for this year. It is highest state award of the public information in Finland, valtion tiedon julistamispalkinto. And in this year, the community award was given to Finnish Wikimedia community as whole. And it includes not Finnish editors, but also Inarin Sami and Skolt Sami and Northern Sami and Swedish and English Wikipedia editors. And it was kind of for long-term work and continuously improving the open culture in Finland. And I suppose that most of people here didn't know it because we are seeing this presentation, and I have been trying to keep this secret about 3 weeks now. So, yeah. And if here is Finnish Wikipedia editors, you can think it as proud. Please stand up.
Yeah.
Teemu, Liise, Tuve has been on the Wikimedia Windows board and edited the Swedish Wikipedia. Yeah.
And then Heikki.
Yes, Heikki. Yeah. Valtteri editing Inarin Sami Wikipedia. Yeah. So Niklas made whole localization thing for all languages in the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful work, hey.
Yeah.
Should I?
Yes.
All right. All right, so let's get into this session a little bit early. Heritage at Risk. I'm hosting you today. I'm Jan Ainali. I work with Wikimedia Sweden, and it's a great pleasure for me to talk about this very complex issue. Or pleasure might be the wrong word, but it's near to my heart. And as a Wikimedian for over 2 decades, I am mostly thinking about perhaps the digital heritage, digital commons. But today we're also going to talk about the physical heritage and physical commons and how these are connecting. And we're happily being joined by Mikael Hiltunen from Hanaholmen, which is a Swedish-Finnish cultural center. And I know he's going to give you more details about that, but it's also very close to my heart because, of course, my own heritage is just about 130 km south from here. So Sweden and Finland has this long, complicated, but nowadays thriving friendship. So welcome, Mikael, and take the stage. And this is going to go around like this, that Mikael is first going to give a little bit of a talk. Then you will get the possibility to ask him some immediate questions. You can do it on the Padlet, or I'll throw you the catch box. And then Mikael and I will have a little bit of a conversation. And during that conversation, you're also more than welcome to ask even more questions if you forgot something earlier, or if you're prompted by our talk. So raise your hands later and we'll get on it. But first, Mikael, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jan. Dear audience, organizers, it's lovely to be part of the program, and congratulations for the prize. My name is Mikael Hiltunen, and I'm delighted to present the findings from the Hanaholmen Heritage Program. It's a Nordic-Baltic program about cultural heritage preparedness funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers. And as Jan said earlier, it's about the physical heritage. We consulted the Nordic Council of Ministers and we decided to limit the focus to tangible cultural heritage. Let me just say a few words about Hanaholmen, the Swedish-Finnish Cultural Center, also located by the sea. Hanaholmen is a resource and competence center for Swedish-Finnish relations, and last year we celebrated our 50th anniversary. In addition to the program department where I work as a program manager, we also have a restaurant and a hotel, and we administer 4 Nordic funds. The revenue from the restaurant, hotel and congress business is used to fund our program activities. And we also receive state grants and finance our program with private funding. And the program I'm going to talk about was completely funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers. Some words about the background to the Hanaholmen Heritage program. After the horrors of the Second World War, different legal frameworks were put in place to uphold a rules-based international order. And in the 1954 Hague Convention, countries agreed to protect cultural property in the event of armed conflict. Even though a large majority of the world's countries have signed the Hague Convention, we continue to see examples of states deliberately attacking cultural heritage. We see it in Ukraine, where thousands of cultural heritage sites have been destroyed or damaged in recent years after Russia launched its full-scale invasion. In the Russian security doctrine, cultural heritage has an instrumental role in shaping historical narratives and legitimizing imperial ambitions. Russia's attacks on museums, churches, and cultural institutions in Ukraine are not random. They are directed against the nation's identity with the aim of weakening the will to resist. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine served as a wake-up call for those working with protection of cultural heritage in the Nordic and Baltic countries. In 2024, the Nordic and Baltic Ministers of Culture adopted a resolution on the protection of culture and cultural heritage in times of crisis. And this became the starting point for Hanaholmen's Nordic-Baltic program on cultural heritage preparedness. The program, named Hanaholmen Heritage, concluded its first pilot training module with 20 high-level experts from across the Nordic and Baltic countries, and also the autonomous territories. And this program builds on Hanaholmen's previous work on societal resilience in other areas. Our experience from our other networking programs shows that face-to-face meetings are essential for building trust and creating a foundation for concrete and long-term cooperation, as well as for the exchange of experiences. Here you see a timeline of the program. So we began in autumn last year, and we established a reference group and selected participants for the training program. And every country and autonomous territory had 2 participants in the training program. And through online meetings and country reports, the participants gained an overview of cultural heritage preparedness systems across Nordic and Baltic countries before they met in person at Hanaholmen. So we had an assignment that we asked them to do in pairs about their own cultural heritage preparedness system. So it was a learning process before they met at Hanaholmen. The course combined lectures, presentations, and workshops, and I have the honor to moderate the program together with Lisa Mobrand from the Psychological Defense Agency in Sweden. Here you see us in the beginning of the course. And here is a picture of us. These are actually, on your right, participants from Lithuania, Estonia, and Davids was also from Lithuania. Among our distinguished speakers were Amer Shamali, here on your left, CEO of the Palestine Museum, who shared experiences of safeguarding cultural heritage in Palestine. They have worked very much with digitizing their cultural heritage because it has been destroyed time after time. Javier Ors Osin from the World Monuments Fund was also one of the speakers who presented lessons learned from Ukraine and other conflict areas. There is Javier. And author and art historian Anna Kortelainen, who spoke about the evacuation of the art collections of the Viipuri Museum before the outbreak of the Winter War. Some of you maybe have read the article from Helsingin Sanomat about the expedition in Lappeenranta Museum, where this is the topic. We also had the privilege of hearing Mehtil Ressler, former director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center, here on your left, who reflected on experiences from Syria, Mali, and Cambodia. And then we also had Tim Purbrick, former British Army officer, who discussed the civil-military cooperation in cultural heritage preparedness. These are just a few examples of the outstanding experts who contributed to the program. Yes, and we also had the privilege to visit the Swedish Embassy in Helsinki and had a lovely dinner with the ambassador. So We conducted also a survey before and after the Hanaholmen training program, which allows us to make comparisons and measure impact. After the course, 18 out of 20 participants responded to the survey, which included both scaled and open-ended questions. And the scale was from 1 to 4. 1 is not at all, and 4 is very much. And the first question concerned how familiar the participants were with protecting cultural heritage from military threats. And since we placed a strong emphasis on military threats both before and during the course, we can identify a significant increase in knowledge across all country groups. We also had a presentation about climate-related threats and how to respond to them during the course. However, as I mentioned, the program had a stronger focus on military and hybrid threats, and this is probably the reason why we see only a moderate increase in knowledge regarding climate-related threats. Hybrid threats are a complicated issue that can be difficult to grasp. This subject was addressed in one presentation and 2 dinner speeches. One of them was Patrik Oksanen, who spoke about Russia's influence campaign. You can find his report also online in Swedish, Finnish, and English. I strongly recommend you to read it through. And also Teija Tyylikainen from the Hybrid Center of Excellence. But the participants from the Baltic countries were already more familiar with this topic before the course, and it's encouraging to see that they still felt that they had learned more about hybrid threats. We also included an open-ended question about which parts of the training the participants are most likely to apply in their work. Many participants mentioned that they are now more aware of hybrid threats and how an enemy can use cultural heritage as a weapon. And they also emphasized that this perspective should be included in risk assessments. The participants also mentioned the need to cooperate with the military. And I think Tim Perbrick's excellent presentation provided them with valuable guidance on how to move forward with this issue. And finally, the participants highlighted the importance of maintaining and making use of the network they had built through the course. And of course, this is very important. We have also scheduled a follow-up meeting with the participants in order to maintain the momentum and keep the network alive. The survey also shows that the Baltic participants are now more familiar with Nordic systems and approaches, and likewise the Nordic participants have learned a great deal about Baltic systems. And also, as we see, the Baltic participants learned about their neighboring countries as well in the Baltic area. The course seems to have met the participants' expectations. They appreciated the opportunity to meet colleagues, make new friends even, and learn from experts. One participant specifically mentioned the Finnish lectures on the evacuation of the Viipuri Museum and the spirit of the Winter War as particularly valuable. Of course, the social interaction during breaks is equally important in networking programs of this kind. One participant wrote that the experience shared by countries bordering Russia were especially relevant. And all participants recommended the program. We followed up the training program with a high-level conference on 28th of May. You also find the recording on YouTube if you're interested. You can see the recording there. Some 170 guests joined us at Hanaholmen, and 400 people followed the stream online. One of the most appreciated and moving addresses was delivered by Oksana Barshinova, Deputy Director General for Expeditions and at the National Art Museum of Ukraine. She's speaking here. There is no time to present all the speakers and panel discussions we had, but you can, as I said, watch the recording on YouTube. Barshinova also participated in the panel discussion with Ivan Hislop, Ratish Nanda, and this was moderated by our CEO Gunvor Kronman. Valerie Freeland, on your left, Executive Director of ALIP, and Krista Pickott from UNESCO had a video address. We also had some lovely music by Jean Sibelius, of course a part of our cultural heritage in Finland. And the Minister of Culture from Estonia, Heidi Purga, gave a keynote address. Here's a discussion about the 1954 Hague Convention and how we follow up on that. And here you see the last panel discussion. There is 4 participants in the Hanaholmen Heritage Training Program who discuss the recommendations from the program. So we have Immo Akkula from Kansallisarkisto in Finland, National Archives, Joachim Barane from Munch Museum in Norway, Katriina Kukainen, National Archives in Latvia, and Merete Lange from Denmark, National Museum of Denmark. I would like to round up with a presentation of the recommendations, which might be of greatest interest in this presentation from the Hanaholmen Heritage Program. So after the course, Hanaholmen compiled and formulated the recommendations in dialogue with the participants and our reference group. And this is why Hanaholmen assumes responsibility for the final wording and content of the recommendations. And there is 5 of them. Our first recommendation is that cultural heritage should be recognized as a critical infrastructure that strengthens societal resilience and the will to defend our societies. It constitutes our collective memory, reflecting our values, identity, and historical continuity. In nation building, cultural heritage serves as an anchor that places society and public life within a broader historical and cultural context. Tangible cultural heritage is often closely connected to historical narratives and shared cultural experiences, giving it profound symbolic and identity-building significance. In times of crisis, cultural heritage contributes to social cohesion, while the reconstruction of destroyed heritage, as we see in Ukraine, can become a powerful symbol of resilience, resistance, and recovery. In armed conflicts, we do not protect cultural heritage solely because of its intrinsic value or beauty, but because it forms one of the cornerstones upon which our free and democratic societies rest. If a nation loses its historical memory, constitutional documents, unique national symbols, and sense of identity, rebuilding society after war becomes considerably more difficult. And this is why Russia wants to hit Ukraine's cultural heritage. One could argue that one of the founding documents of the Hanaholmen Heritage Program is the Nordic-Baltic Declaration of 2024. And our second recommendation is that the declaration should now be updated with more concrete and action-oriented guidance on how cultural heritage preparedness should be managed in practice. The third recommendation suggests that the Baltic Region Heritage Committee should establish a permanent working group tasked with developing common guidelines for regional cooperation and mutual assistance in crisis situations. The guidelines would include procedures for evacuation and temporary storage, documentation, and reporting, as well as instructions for cross-border assistance during emergencies. During the course, we also discussed extensively the crucial role that digitization of cultural heritage and the production of 3D copies can play in protecting and preserving cultural heritage during and after crisis. And we recommend that the Nordic and Baltic countries significantly expand the digitization of cultural heritage, including related cultural heritage information, and establish a shared cloud-based service for storing this material in order to strengthen regional preparedness. Of course, we know that this is expensive, but we think that this is very important for our preparedness. Increased digitization of collections would also improve public access to and use of cultural heritage. And this thereby would strengthen societal resilience, cohesion, and a shared sense of identity. By protecting and ensuring rapid access to digitized cultural heritage, we also safeguard truth itself, and thereby strengthening psychological defense and democratic resilience. And the fifth and final recommendation concerns joint Nordic-Baltic exercises and training activities. Before this conference, I spoke during the breakfast with our Estonian guests about the Estonian model, where you have a lot of training also in this field. And it's important because exercises can reveal unclear chains of responsibility. They can reveal vulnerabilities and insufficient levels of preparedness. So, to conclude, the Hanaholmen Heritage Program has demonstrated both the need for and the value of closer Nordic-Baltic cooperation in cultural heritage preparedness. Cultural heritage is not only about preserving the past, it's also about safeguarding the resilience, identity, and democratic values of our societies. I would like to thank you for the attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the program and its recommendations. Thank you. So please raise your hand if you have a question.
All right. And we do have a question in the Padlet so far. So I'm going to ask Dee, do you want to do it on the microphone?
As I drop everything. Oh, it is a mic. I love that. I didn't realize. I was just curious what the curriculum basically was, what you were teaching during the program and the training itself, if it was more about the importance and awareness, or did you dive into the actual implementation of institutions for doing this?
I think both. The speech from World Monuments Fund by Javier dive quite deeply in how they work with this issue. When they come to the site, how they document everything, and what steps they have in their work. Also, the presentation by Tim Purbrick on the case Britain, how they, after they signed the Hague Convention, they actually formed a unit within the British Army, which has the task of protecting cultural heritage. And Tim Purbrick was leading this unit. So he told extensively about the process and how they worked, and he also gave advice to our participants how they should address this issue with the military.
Well, I don't have a question, but... Oh. No, I don't.
Hello, so I'm Brigitte Vézina, and I'm a colleague of you, just asked the first question, and I was wondering if you seem to promote digitization as a strategy.
Could you put it a bit closer?
You mentioned digitization as a strategy to keep a record in order to maintain a societal resilience. I wonder if the issue of providing access also came, and here I'm playing devil's advocate, but also came as a criticism in that it could kind of open the door to more attacks. So if we know more about the cultural heritage and where it is and where to find it, is it turning it into more of a target?
I think it maybe was an issue, but if we think about Russia, I think they have this information already. So I think our Baltic friends and friends from Finland said that it's more important to digitize so that we can address the disinformation campaigns that Russia is launching all the time. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I tend to see sometimes that when a collection is digitized, it becomes a beautiful silo with copyrighted access and only access for the people who works within the institution. Did you talk about ways of opening up for the collections? For instance, the talk of using open licensing for the content and making sure that the digitization efforts are not being turned into new beautiful silos. That's just from my perspective what I've seen in Denmark in some cases, and I think that is also a thing that I would like to bring awareness to.
Yeah, I don't think that we talked about that, but I know that in Denmark you have a lot of done a lot in this field to digitize cultural heritage, and I think many of us envy you for this work. But then when it comes to preparedness, you have a lot to do in Denmark. So we can learn from each other, I think.
All right, so if you don't have any further questions right now, we transfer over and sit down in the couch here and have a little chat, and you'll be able to ask more questions, but I don't see any more online as of now. Thank you, Mikael, for this wonderful opening.
And Jan and I have a secret language, Swedish. So if I can't remember the words in English, I'll maybe say it in Swedish and we can translate.
All right. Thank you for the great introduction to this program. And we got a few questions already about it, but I'm also thinking a little bit what you're thinking about the program right now. How do you, besides the recommendations, how would you like to follow up on it? What would be the Hanaholmen's next steps in this?
Yeah. So I'm now working with the report to the Nordic Council of Ministers, and the recommendations I presented are a part of that. We, of course, hope that this program would be continued with maybe a three-year funding, because more experts should have this possibility to participate in a training like this, and there has been a great interest in all of the participating countries. So we hope this will continue.
And perhaps a question that ties in to what Peter was asking, and together with your recommendation about more digitizing, do you see is there need for further work in develop those recommendations into guidelines or something like that, or is that already available and you want people to pick up and use them?
Of course, you can develop them, and I see that there is expertise in this room regarding this issue. So you can also send us your thoughts. But these are now the recommendations to the Nordic Council of Ministers, and we hope that they can follow up on them, maybe make more operationalized resolution to follow up on the 2024 resolution. So we hope that they work with this. And of course, you can dive more deeply in the issues.
I was also very happy to see that you mentioned that the increased digitization and making them accessible also increases the use of the heritage in itself. Sometimes there's a myth that if people can see things online, they won't come here and see it. Mm. Do you want to expand on what are the reasons for this increase?
Yeah, that was important also to say why you should spend more money on digitizing. It's also about making it accessible for the public, and so that they can see the real documents and maybe are more critical when adversaries try to make historical narratives that are not true. So that was Immo Aakkula from the National Archives who stressed this issue, that it's very important from a resilience perspective.
Yesterday we had a little bit of a pre-meeting also with Open Knowledge Foundation, and they had a point that was very similar to one of yours. They were talking about knowledge ecosystems as critical infrastructure, and you were talking about cultural heritage as a critical infrastructure. How do you feel those two relate to each other in this context?
Yeah, when we speak about cultural heritage, it's also the information about the cultural heritage, which is important. So there's a story behind a monument, a painting, that is also important. So yeah, these issues go hand in hand, I think.
And I think we have seen in the Wikimedia movement a lot of this play out in a way quite a long time ago. Maybe 15 years ago, we started the Wiki Loves Monuments photo competition in the Netherlands to document the monuments that are out and about. And recently, we have seen that Wikimedia Ukraine added some categories to the photo competition just to document what has been damaged and or destroyed even. How does this help in the resilience or in restoration from your point of view as a bunch of volunteers out taking pictures and writing whatever they can?
Yeah, I think it's very important. We saw it in France when this, was it Notre Dame, or that there was a huge fire. And because of they had made 3D models of the church, they could restore it. And I think it was for some kind of video game that they made this 3D documentation, and they could use it. So there we see how important it is. And also Mehtil Rössler, who has been to many conflict sites, said that it's so much easier to rebuild something that has been lost if we have documented it earlier. So she really stressed this issue as well.
Yeah, and it also might help that to do it early before there's an actual conflict going on.
Yeah.
That can be very dangerous. I think we should also remember there's a Wikimedian and a Creative Commons affiliated hero in my books, Basil Katabil, who was working with digitizing in Palmyra 3D. He was later executed in relation to these works. But getting out there now, when you're in a calm and easy way to do it, might be a way to do it. I don't really have a question for you for that. It's more I want to, all of us, sort of remember our community in that. But I was thinking in relation to this, is there something that you would recommend that goes further than the recommendations that you had in the program here for open knowledge movement and Wikimedians? Like, what else could we do that would assist in this work?
You could also put pressure on the politicians that digitization is important, and maybe we could have a cloud-based solution for the Nordic Baltic region. I have heard that this would cost a lot, but if we have a crisis situation, that's too late to start with this, and we should start with this now, and this would also raise the awareness, as I said, for the heritage, and strengthening the cohesion and the will to defend your country when you know your roots.
Yeah. And I like that you said a Baltic cloud here, because as we've seen with the current geopolitical situation, and the current buzzwords in Europe is digital sovereignty, we've seen International Court of Justice judges, we have seen people who are special emissaries on the UN being cut off from American services. So therefore, where the digital heritage lives is also important. Do you have any more thoughts on how the Baltics, the Nordics could to work to increase our strength in the digital realm?
I think we are forerunners in this field, and but we should move from the American systems to create our own or use European. Finland was about to put their election results in Amazon, Now they realized that that was not a good idea, but we had made some very bad decisions also in Finland in this field.
Yeah.
Just to continue, that we have a Linus system that comes from Finland. We have the Estonian digitization of the administration. We have a lot of know-how. Why could we not do this by ourselves?
Yeah. So,
is there a question in the audience?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, Robert Reufeld from Estonian Wikimedia. So I didn't mention that you should point two different ways to prepare for the heritage at risk. One of them is such kind of unintentional risk, like the fire and floods. And this one I agree with you that Estonia has a quite large knowledge on this field. But another one, totally different one, is such kind of intentional risk, like military activities. I'm pretty sure that Estonia is not prepared for this. So opposed to you in this kind of meaning.
I think you are more prepared than many other Nordic countries.
No.
But at least you have had trainings, and as I said, trainings are very good to reveal what are your strengths and faults, what's not working. One of our Latvian friends told an example that they had made storage boxes for their archives. And when they had a training session, the storage box could not fit out of the room. So, or it was also too big for the car. So that kind of practical things you can learn from exercises. And the Baltic countries have done.
Yeah. Do they help you further because they know that something is not fit to the room? Because it's a totally different way how to act during the military activities. I haven't seen anything in Estonia yet. Yes, we have some preparedness to the fires and floods and some other, and quite a good fire safety and so on, which is, I think, in the northern countries in the very high level too. But especially for the intentional activities, against the intentional activities.
Okay.
So I think you have a lot to do.
Yeah.
It's not the same area. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Maria Pirttivaara, Open Knowledge Finland. And I would like to tell two very short, very concrete stories. First from Estonia, because I love history and genealogy and that kind of things. So graveyards are one of my favorite places, of course. They are Disneyland for genealogists. But in Estonia, the Russians during the Second World War, or after it, more perhaps after it, they destroyed quite many graveyards and built new suburban areas, houses over it, because it is one part of destroying heritage of the people. So that can indeed happen. And from Finland, one very concrete example here, how we are prepared with our critical infrastructure for all kinds of situations. You know that in Finland we have a lot of bridges here, a lot of water, and under more or less every bridge we have a hole for dynamite, so that in the case of war, these bridges can be destroyed one by one. We have pioneers, Finnish pioneers, soldiers, they have been trained to destroy our bridges. So worth of keeping in mind that critical infrastructure like bridges, worth of digitizing them, like in Wikimedia, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point also, how we are thinking about what to document. It's not only the statues, it's all kinds of infrastructure and buildings that we need to preserve.
But when it comes to Sweden, your country, Sweden has done a lot in legislation now concerning cultural heritage preparedness, and the National Heritage Agency and National Archives are now preparedness agencies. So they have a new role, and they are now more able to address cultural heritage issues in the whole total defense system. So I think Finland has a lot to learn from Sweden right now. And I think Finland is also now working with our model, but you have come far with this.
Yeah, I was actually working at the National Heritage Board for a couple of years, about a decade ago. Even if I was working with digital dissemination, if you're in the building, you can't help to see what they're doing. And one of the things that really any cultural building of heritage was supposed to have is an evacuation plan, documented what things are we grabbing in what kind of time span if we need to evacuate this. But what talking about this also in this setting, what I felt was lacking was, well, how are we preserving the digital resources as well? Are we thinking about that and only the originals? So it's a mixed bag. Of course, it's good to save the physical, but then we have time to do the digital things. Yeah.
I'd like to have an action point. So for us as a community, or for us during these days. So what would you like to give us, or like what could we give us, or what could we propose Hanaholmen and the Nordic Baltic community of high-level representatives?
Place on earth, and after that they moved to the next person, and I think this was a good thing to start, because they had already presented their CVs and their titles and organizations, but we wanted to have a personal touch to this. And after that, we have had a session about how should we work together so that this time spent, these 3 days, should be important and valuable for all. And they worked in groups and stated their thoughts on post-it notes and put them on the wall. And after that, we gave all participants 3 stickers, and they could vote on which post-it notes were the most important. And after the votes, we counted them and saw that which guidelines were most important, and we wrote them on the wall, and you could see them during the days. So this was about building trust and a common way of thinking and working together.
That's a great question. So Oh, now they're popping up questions all over the room.
I'm not sure if I'm good at
Great.
throwing.
Thank you. I was thinking if there are any of your recommendations that are addressed to the society instead of the institutions when looking at the number of active Wikipedians, for instance. I think that exceeds the number of people working in the cultural institutions. So perhaps there might be some power in the civil society that could be addressed in your recommendations. Are there any recommendations already that talks into the society's force, or how is it? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Before we worked with the recommendations, I asked the participants to work with their country pairs, so there were 2 from every country, and think of what have they learned during these days, what do they bring back to Denmark and to their own organization, how will they tell about these learnings in their country, in their organization. So this way we tried to disseminate what we had learned. And as I told you, we will have a follow-up meeting in August, and I will certainly ask them what they have done in their own countries and organizations.
Thanks. Hi. My name is Merja Puustinen and I'm a Finnish artist, and I'm working with sailing actually now and being here. Very happy to be here. I've been working with the digital media since and internet since 1995 with my husband, and had a startup company, blah, blah, whatever. So I have a very long history with digital media. But now at the same time, with my never-ending research process of my doctoral thesis, I've been doing a lot of also examination on the national sort of educational ministry and the commercial ministry, trade and work ministries, about how they are looking into the must of digitizing cultural heritage. And it's all about the economy and cutting the costs. For example, from the artist viewpoint, what I've been really coming into, now I'm like talking about this viewpoint, and a bit of a devil's advocate, because I wish that also this edge of the discussion would be taken into account. That in Finland there's this sort of need to cut costs on running museums, and particularly on artists. So therefore there's a sort of vision to give culture to grannies all over Finland, to the north, central parts, without museums, just as digitized version. So that they don't actually see and feel or experience the art or the museum shows, but you just get the digitized image of it. Plus there's the more sinister version that the museums are now starting to digitize all their collections, but they see that the only real problem with the digitization is of course the lack of funding, but then the royalty, the copyright fees, what they need to actually pay for the living artists. So they wish to get rid of those. And there's a huge pressure towards visual artists to give up on their part of the work. Once they sold their work, it should be given for free, not only to show to the old people, but which is in itself very good to increase the availability of art and culture. But then also the museum, National Gallery in Finland, they want to keep the copyright for themselves so they can in future start licensing and selling entry tickets through these digitized sort of collections. So so therefore my question actually to you, sorry about this long blah blah, are there in your minds, are there actually some downfalls to this must of digitization? Because I can see that there are at least some critical points which we also maybe should be able to address. Thank you. Sorry for the long question.
Yeah, of course, the physical paintings, the documents are the most valuable things. But we have seen from Ukraine that the digitization is very important also for showing the collections. For example, the National Museum in Kiev, all their items are over the world in different places now, but they have to be able to show them to the Ukrainians about their artworks, and digitization is a way to do that, and they have done some digital expeditions already to show them that this is your history, your past, your identity. So I think both are important. I don't know if I have an answer to this licensing issue. We didn't address it.
And it's a very interesting question, and I also see other aspects of the same kind of problem, where you can think that politics and how you're funding the arts and the heritage also comes with an agenda. And that agenda might change over time. Sometimes some governments want to downplay certain parts of your heritage and highlight some others, and that shifts, which also makes it all the more important that we always have the digital things available, and available in more than one place, so that if the museum gets shut down during one administration, people can still take part of the heritage. This happens all over the world in different intensity all the time. But we certainly can see that not only in Finland, but I think maybe US is a very prominent example right now. I know there has been in Sweden as well, where funding of the heritage is a very hot topic. Yeah, but great question. Oops.
So in a way, I find this a very good question to explore, maybe here, but in general in the open movement, because we want to be on the same side, the open movement wants to be on the same side with creators. And I think it's something that is shifting from previous times within the open culture movement, because well, now I'm getting entangled with my words, but in general, in short, I just want us to push for the same goals, for the well-being of people who can govern their heritage and art and culture, and share it in a meaningful way.
All right, I think we're about to round up this session. I want to take your question and give that to the audience, so that you have a prompt when you meet up with somebody, like ask them, what is your favorite place? Also think about what your answer will be. I also want to add another question to that. What is your favorite digitally preserved thing? Like what a favorite photo, some scanning, some project, maybe a book online or something. And even better if you have it at hand on a phone or a device that you can show someone when you're asking, oh, this is what I like. So think about, answer to these questions, and have those questions when you meet all the people here, so we can build this trust together going forward. And there's going to be food outside here, and I think that'll start at 12. So by the time we're able to get out of this room, it will be ready for us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Jan, I believe we are starting. Apologies to cutting you off. Are we ready with the stream? Fantastic. Welcome everyone to this afternoon session titled Culture as a Public Good. My name is Sanna Marttila and I'm hosting this afternoon session together with our speakers. When we describe something as public good, we are saying that it matters to all of us and indicating that the society has a shared responsibility to protect and sustain public culture. We often recognize the culture's contribution to identity, to creativity, well-being, democracy, and community life, and so on. Yet, in the current discussions about sustainable development, technological transformation, and economic growth, culture is often treated as a secondary rather than fundamental. Today's discussion invites us to challenge this assumption. Culture and heritage are increasingly caught between competing visions. They are resources for innovation, economic development, and the buzzword AI. But more importantly, from my personal opinion, they are also spaces for memory, meaning, participation, and collective identity. And this raises important questions about access, stewardship, and public value. Both Culture 2030 Goal Initiative and the Open Heritage Movement discussed in this session invite us to rethink the role of culture in building more equitable and sustainable futures. And as we begin, I would like us to keep one question in mind here in the audience in the library, but also in the online audience. If culture is truly a public good, what responsibilities do governments, cultural institutions, communities, and also technology companies have to protect, share, and sustain it? We will return to this question in the panel discussion. With that, it is my pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Brigitte Vézina, one of the leading international voices of open culture, copyright, and access to cultural heritage. Through her work with Creative Commons and most recently with the Open Heritage Statement, she has helped shape global conversations about who gets to access, use, and benefit from our shared cultural heritage in the digital age. Her work challenges us to think not only about preserving heritage, but also about ensuring that it remains accessible, reusable, and meaningful for the future generations. Please join me in welcoming Brigitte on the stage. I think you have to come and help. Thank you too.
Thank you very much for these nice words of introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to Open Knowledge Finland and AvoinGLAM for inviting me to deliver this keynote, but also for organizing such a wonderful event in this really stunning building. It's got a good aura. I like it a lot. And I'm really delighted to be with all of you in Oulu. So I'm speaking on behalf of Creative Commons. I'm sure many of you in this room are familiar with the organization, also on behalf of the Open Heritage Coalition. And it's really a privilege to be able to draw attention in this keynote to the unfair barriers to accessing public domain heritage in the digital environment, and how, with an open mindset, we can overcome these barriers through collective policy action. So I'll walk you through a little bit who Creative Commons is as an organization. We are the organization behind the Creative Commons licenses and the tools that you are mostly familiar with, but we're actually an organization, a small nonprofit organization that supports these widely used licenses and public domain tools, and they've been literally the keys to opening up knowledge and science and education, and of course culture and heritage since 2001. So just like Wikimedia, we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. And today, thanks to these licenses and these tools, we're not sure of the exact number there, but there's probably tens of billions of CC license works in the commons where people can share content and build on each other's creativity. So as you know, Creative Commons tools, they support popular platforms like Wikipedia and all of the sister projects, also Europeana, which is the gateway to Europe's heritage online. And as we've heard this morning, they are part of the essential infrastructure that underpins open sharing. So how do we come to CC in the cultural heritage sector? Is that at the beginning, the licenses you can see on the screen, so 6 different kinds, and then 2 different kinds of public domain tools, were used to remove some of the unfair barriers that copyright was erecting. So you had musicians and photographers wanting to share their content online, but couldn't access or reuse other people's content because of copyright permissions. So that created a kind of a culture where in order to be able to share thanks to the new technologies that internet was offering, you kind of had to break copyright law. So the idea was to hack the copyright system to give these permissions firsthand so that you didn't have to go and ask for permission. Everything in the commons was kind of given permission by default. And that created what we all know now as the Creative Commons, which is this wonderful pool of all sorts of creative content that can be shared and reused and built upon. So mostly starting with creators, but then educators and scientists and researchers starting using it to share scientific articles or educational materials. And over time, institutions also started using Creative Commons licenses a lot. So the whole open access publishing sector is relying on open licenses from Creative Commons. And I would say for the past 20 years, cultural heritage institutions are also releasing their collections with the help of CC licenses and tools. And that really allows them to not only share information about their collections, but the objects themselves. So that can be the artifacts, it can be sometimes natural elements, it could be extraordinary documents that all make our collective heritage in the digital environment more openly accessible. So that's what we call open heritage. And the term open heritage, it may sound new. You may be familiar with open culture, AvoinGLAM. So these are all very close concepts. But the practice, like I said, began about 20 years ago with pioneering institutions that started sharing cultural heritage of their collections widely, freely, and openly without undue barriers. And actually in Finland, according to the AvoinGLAM survey, so this is a screenshot as of today, so this survey tracks cultural heritage institutions that have open practices or open policies for heritage. Finland in total has 54 institutions, so including the National Library of Finland, which, as you can see, has an impressive number of over 1.2 million digital objects that are shared openly, either CC BY, which is one of the licenses, or the public domain mark, or CC0, the public domain dedication tool. So I think Finland really features prominently in that survey as a real leader in making use of the CC licenses and tools to share their collections. But just to elaborate, when I talk about open heritage, and I mean this, I mean heritage and the associated metadata that is made as broadly accessible as possible for sharing and reuse, so that includes commercial reuse and modification, by anyone for any purpose, at no cost to the user, and free from unfair, unnecessary restrictions, especially copyright restrictions. And I think one of the fundamental tenets of open heritage is that if there's a work that is in the public domain, so where copyright has already expired or that was never protected by copyright, it should stay in the public domain once it's digitized. So creating a digital copy of a public domain piece of heritage does not create a new copyright layer. What's in the public domain in analog form stays in the public in digital form. And that may sound like a simple idea, a very obvious one, but we know that in practice, the public domain is actually not as open as we think. Actually, it's important to realize that its access is often denied. But before we go into this, I want to remind us that open heritage is a nuanced definition, and it's a means to an end. So openness is actually a means, a mechanism that we can use in order to achieve cultural heritage-related goals like preservation or safeguarding, transmission to the next generations, and access for today's generations. So open heritage is not just about publishing digital files online, but it's also ensuring that anyone, anywhere can enjoy, can study, can interpret that heritage, regardless of where they live or what resources they have. So it's really about digital equity. But it's also about cultural equity and recognizing that sometimes there are other governance frameworks that can condition access for legitimate reasons, like data protection, for example, or privacy, or cultural sensitivities. So what that means is that even though something is in the public domain, this copyright determination is not the only factor to take into account when we're trying to assess whether we can access and reuse something. That means that atop the copyright system, there might be other systems that govern who can access and who can reuse, and it's important that we consider these in combination with one another. So in real terms, that means that open heritage is really not a way to force access into anything, and that there are some elements of heritage that are just not meant to be shared, let alone openly shared, and that needs to be respected. So it's a really important consideration when we talk about open heritage, is that it's a way to achieve certain goals, like protection, preservation, transmission. It's not a goal in and of itself. And sometimes it's okay if it's not shared. It's okay if it's not made openly accessible. And that implies, for example, respect for the 2007 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And it also means that we need to uphold the fair and the care principles for governance of indigenous heritage. This is what equitable access means. It implies some nuance and some boundaries. And so open heritage, when we really think about what it means in relation to CC's mission, and the mission is to empower individuals, institutions, and communities worldwide through technical, legal, and policy solutions that facilitate the exchange of education, culture, science in the public interest. That really reflects our conviction that openness can benefit everyone, everywhere. But unfortunately, as I alluded to, in the digital environment, we know that many public domain pieces of heritage, they remain locked behind unjust and unjustified barriers. And let me give you a few examples here. A lot of institutions will, for example, apply a copyright license over public domain reproductions. So in this example, you could see two paintings that are in Italy. They can, for example, be released under a traditional copyright license, or even sometimes a Creative Commons license that will impose restrictions, when really, when they're in the public domain, there should be no copyright restrictions. But we see that as a very widespread practice of institutions actually trying to control the digital use of public domain works by applying a copyright license over it. And that is incorrect labeling, and what it does, it kind of weakens the effect of the CC license, because the CC license has no effect when it's applied on public domain material. And therefore, that's not good for the whole legal certainty of the open ecosystem. Some institutions might also charge astronomical fees in order for people to be able to download or reuse content. So we know of examples in the UK where some paintings from 17th century artists, which are clearly in the public domain, are being digitized and then available for download for research purposes for the small amount of £179 just to download one image. And that, if someone is working on a project about that painter, can become very, very costly. And it's an economic barrier that's really unfair when we talk about equity in terms of economic resources. There's also some barriers erected by the imposition of cultural heritage laws, cultural heritage protection laws, that come and override copyright. And this is the case in Italy, and that's why I'm sharing these two images. You see two famous works of art from the Italian Renaissance. On the top, you see The Birth of Venus by Botticelli, and at the bottom, you see The Vitruvian Man by Leonardo da Vinci. These two artworks are clearly in the public domain, right? They're more than 500 years old. But Italy has this cultural heritage protection law that says that if you want to reuse a work that is culturally significant, you need to ask permission to the museum or institution that holds it, and you need to pay a fee. And what this does in practice is that even though these works are in the public domain and should be free to use under copyright, because of this other law, they are not. And so the Birth of Venus was actually used by French designer Jean-Paul Gaultier over a clothing collection. They were sued by the museum, and the Vitruvian Man was used by a puzzle company, Ravensburger, making puzzles for children and adults, who was also prevented from using this drawing to sell puzzles in Italy. And what this shows is that even though copyright is very clear that protection should expire at some point and work should enter the public domain, some laws are being used as a pseudo copyright. They're kind of extending this economic monopoly over works that should be free for anyone to use. And then I could go on. There are technological restrictions, sometimes works only made available in very low resolution that are unsuitable for reuse. And what happens at the end is that there's very inconsistent reuse possibilities that really generate a lot of confusion. So I don't know if you know this famous The Great Wave, the Japanese print by Hokusai. I think everyone has seen it once in their life. Well, there are many copies of that held in various institutions across the world. And what we're seeing is that depending on the country where you're in and the institution that you are visiting, this work in the public domain will have different copyright labeling and access and reuse restrictions just because institutions just decide to impose restrictions as they please. So this creates a very, very confusing landscape. And what happens as a result is that our collective memory is restricted, and then the loss becomes incalculable. And this is due to some barriers that I've mentioned that are considered unjust and undue. And what they do is that they not only prevent people from connecting with their heritage and experiencing our shared humanity, but when heritage is not shared openly, it's also a missed opportunity for us to work together towards solving global challenges. And so I just wanted to give you a few examples of this. So a few days ago, I think I was in London with some of you here in this room, and I just went quickly into a shop and I bought a bookmark for my son. And then he's into tigers, and it had a tiger on it. And then I flipped it around and I saw that it was from the Natural History Museum, which is famous for making its collections openly accessible as well as the metadata. And then what it said really caught my eye. It said that the Natural History Museum is a world-class visitor attraction, leading science research center. It cares for more than 80 million specimens and uses its unique collections and unrivaled expertise to tackle the biggest challenges facing the world today. And that really resonated with our work, is like access to heritage is much more than how we heard this morning is about appreciating cultures or heritage intrinsic beauty, but it's also using the information and the knowledge around it to help us solve the problems that affect us all. And so the challenges that are facing our planet are really numerous and multifaceted, and we probably can't solve them all, especially not today. Like there's a climate emergency, and there's social fragmentation, and there's the erosion of intercultural dialogue and growing inequalities, and these are just a few that come to mind. But access to heritage in all its forms can actually significantly contribute to addressing these common challenges and help us achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals and fulfill UNESCO's mandate. UNESCO was already mentioned in this morning's presentation. It is the main international body that can make a difference when it comes to accessing heritage. And more specifically, open heritage, it could serve various areas of UNESCO's mandate in a cross-cutting approach. It really cuts across education, science, culture, and communication. Heritage is something that kind of pervades all of its areas. And it encompasses what first comes to mind, obviously, the protection, the preservation, the dissemination of heritage. But it's also about fostering access to education and combating climate change, promoting artistic creativity, cultural diversity, fostering social inclusion, ethical artificial intelligence, and a lot more. And I just wanted to give this example. This is a map from the National Library of Finland that's also inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World Register. And what we've noticed is that these ancient maps contain a wealth of information about not only navigation routes, but also the shorelines. And a lot of scientists are able to then compare sea levels from today and in more ancient times and kind of map out the effects of climate change on rising sea levels. And I don't mean to imply that this shoreline ever looked like this, but I think you get the point that some information that is embodied in heritage, held in cultural heritage institutions, can really offer a lot of insights to scientists and people trying to understand these global challenges and use that information for scientific progress. So it's a lot more than meets the eye. And so by ensuring equitable access to public domain heritage in the digital environment, we're actually not only creating these spaces for intercultural dialogue and shared stories, but we also make that information that is embodied in heritage available for fostering scientific progress, access to education, artistic creativity, etc. Because as you know, heritage is really an extraordinary means of understanding our reality. But then the question is, how come it's still so hard to access it, and how can we guarantee this equitable access on the global scale? This is where the Open Heritage Statement comes in. So last year, in October, the Open Heritage Coalition, which I'm really proud to say includes AvoinGLAM and Open Knowledge Finland. There's also the Federation of Finnish Learned Societies, Musiikkiarkisto, the Music Archive of Finland, and the National Library of Finland, who are all members of this coalition, among others also in this room. We published together the Open Heritage Statement. And this is really an articulation in just a few pages, I think it's about 4 pages long, sorry, of the shared values and the principles that underpin open heritage, that really points to these barriers, the ones that I mentioned, and tries to propose policy measures to close this global gap. So feel free to take a look at your leisure. I won't be going into the details of the statement, but if you go to the website, you will be able to read it. It's available in Finnish and in, I think, 11 different languages right now. And you can also click on these various images there, and they will lead you to what we call story frames, which are the case studies that really bring these abstract principles that are enshrined in the statement to life. So it's a really, really important articulation on a high abstract level of what open access means, what it enables, but also the remaining barriers. And it's a way to understand how, in practice, a lot of institutions have been able to overcome these challenges. So it's really community-driven work, and it's working towards this unified vision that is bringing us one step closer to an international framework that could guarantee this equitable access. Because with this open heritage statement, we actually share an urgent message, is that heritage is being locked. It's being locked away. And if we don't act now to protect this access, we will lose a part of our shared humanity. And so the statement, I'm also very happy to share, has already been endorsed by more than 100 institutions, organizations. And this really demonstrates a broad support for this really important cause at a time where reaffirming our values and protecting equitable access to heritage is more crucial than ever, especially in the face of these unprecedented challenges, as we heard this morning, and these constant threats. And so in order to bring this to the attention of UNESCO stakeholders, in April this year, we organized an exploratory dialogue. It was held in a UNESCO building in Paris, and that was really an opportunity to celebrate the Open Heritage Statement, but also to raise awareness about the synergies and how important it is as part of UNESCO's ecosystem and priorities in addressing the most pressing issues that the world is facing today. And this dialogue was really the culmination of years of research and consultations and policy analysis and movement building and community mobilization that all came together in just one afternoon, where speakers, again, were able to demonstrate through very concrete examples how open access to heritage is a means to solving global challenges. So we saw it in science and climate change, in social inclusion, in access to education, etc. So all of the resources about this event are also available on the website, so you can watch the recording and read some of the summaries of the discussion. But if I had to sum it up in one sentence, the kind of message that united all of the speakers' interventions into one coherent narrative is that there is this urgent need to reduce these barriers that really unfairly hinder access to heritage. Because this is a map visualization of the AvoinGLAM survey that I alluded to before. If we look at the institutions that are open and compare that to the total number of institutions in the world, they make up only 1%. So there's only 1% of institutions worldwide that actually practice open access. What that means is that the near majority of them don't. And that may be due to various reasons. It could be a funding issue, it can be a knowledge issue, some skills are missing. And we've actually asked people, what is it that really prevents you from going open? And we found out that there's actually one big elephant in the room, is that there's actually no law. There is nothing that encourages or nothing that actually rewards going open. There is no international framework that enshrines these principles and demonstrates how important it is. And so institutions are often left without really knowing what to do. They don't know. It's a real missed opportunity. And without this international framework that would actually give direction to these institutions, many are left with just guessing or just passing by this wonderful opportunity to fulfill their mission. And so what we also realize is that this gap in international law is very hard to explain when we look at the whole UNESCO normative framework. It's actually a very fitting piece of this whole infrastructure that UNESCO has built since its creation in the 1940s, where its constitution really calls for sharing heritage as a means to build peace between nations. And more recently even, UNESCO has demonstrated a very strong commitment to openness. In 2019, UNESCO adopted the recommendation on open educational resources. In 2021, it adopted the recommendation on open science. And so a very natural next step would be a recommendation on open heritage that would kind of complete the holy trinity of open recommendations at UNESCO. And so what we're saying is that we're not coming up with a new issue. We're not trying to force something that wouldn't fit within the UNESCO framework. We're just pointing to a glaring omission of something that should be part of the UNESCO normative framework, but for some reason hasn't been developed yet. And so what we're hoping is that with the Open Heritage Statement as a blueprint, a kind of starting point for the conversation, UNESCO member states take on this next step of developing what could become one day a recommendation on open heritage. And I think that Finland is a leader in this area. Nordic countries in general have demonstrated a strong commitment to open access, notably with the National Library, as I mentioned, but in other Nordic countries as well. We've seen major institutions being some of the first ones to share their collections openly. So I think that there's real potential in this region to kind of lead the charge by example and I guess share the learnings from the best practices of what has worked in making these collections openly accessible in this region and elevate them as global standards so that we can benefit from these learnings and foster international collaboration. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation, but I really wanted to end with a call to action because I think that this audience is really giving me hope that there's potential for this to really rise to the occasion. So if this resonates with you, I would encourage you or your organization to sign the Open Heritage Statement, because the more signatures we gather, the stronger the signal to UNESCO that this issue is really ready, that there's broad support in the sector, and that the need to act is now. And what we need now is really to convince our governments that beyond this symbolic gesture of signing the Open Heritage Statement, it's time to turn these into a very strong and uncompromising open heritage recommendation. So if I had to sum up my talk, I'd say that open heritage can really significantly contribute to solving urgent global problems by removing these unfair socioeconomic barriers that hinder access to heritage in the digital environment. And if we don't act now to remove these barriers, we really risk losing access to our collective memory. And what we're doing is we're depriving future generations of the knowledge that they need to build the resilient and connected societies of the future. And if we maintain the status quo, we become complicit. We become complicit in preventing the free flow of information and denying people of their fundamental right to participate in cultural life. So global collective action is now more important than ever, because without alignment of international policies, the full potential of heritage remains largely untapped. Thank you very much for your attention. Kiitos.
Thank you so much for the talk. Very inspiring. Now we have time for a few immediate questions before anyone in the audience in the room or online. Has somebody eye on the online questions? Maybe not. So anyone in the room, any comments, questions? Yes. Should I throw the... Oh, please, Brigitte.
Oh, I can't go that far.
Hello, so I'm Federico from, well, let's say Wikimedia Italia. And
Which is a signatory. Thank you very much.
yes, we were involved from the very beginning, I believe. But you mentioned some of my favorite examples already. So one of the, did you manage to get any signatories from museums or libraries in Italy or France? And what are the usual objections, or do you have suggestions how to convince them?
So we work a lot with local partners. So we work with Wikimedia Italy, with Creative Commons Italy, and we know that they know their sector better and they would know how best to convince institutions. We know that it works better in some countries than others, and I think with Italy we are facing this challenge of the cultural heritage laws being kind of abused as a way to extend copyright in an unfair way. Hopefully there's mobilization within the Italian sector, and we know that CC Italy is planning on organizing an event, so I think through more awareness raising, we'll be able to get more institutions on board. And I believe that we mentioned the Museo Egizio from Turin in one of our story frames as one example of institutions that are able to overcome some of the challenges and still share openly. So Italy, is a bit of a headache at the moment, but there's also really, really inspiring examples that come from there. So it shows what's really possible if the values are aligned.
I think we leave the further questions to the panel discussion after the second talk, and have a pleasure to introduce our second speaker, Matti Hakamäki, Director of the Finnish Folk Music Institute. And through his engagement and endless work and efforts with the Culture 2030 goal movement internationally and in Finland, he has contributed to the efforts to place culture at the heart of conversations about sustainable development. Matti, we are very delighted to have you here with us today, and please welcome him to the stage.
And can I throw the mic back to you?
It's actually, isn't it the invention from Oulu originally, this catch? I believe so. Anyway.
Great. So hello to all, and thank you for the nice introduction. So my name is Matti Hakamäki, and Director of Finnish Folk Music Institute. We are accredited to the UNESCO 2003 Convention, our organization, and also I'm chairperson for the ICH NGO Forum, which is the umbrella organization for almost or soon more than 300 NGOs around the world, which are accredited to the 2003 Convention of UNESCO. So I work with folk music, folk dance in Finland to promote it, to ensure that it will be existing in the future also. And we do it by means of archiving, publishing publications, education, research, just actually anything there is to make sure that the living heritage of folk music and folk dance is still with us, and for our future generations accessible and possible to enjoy. So, Brigitte, thank you very much for your very nice presentation, and congratulations for your great work with the statement. I myself, I look this kind of open heritage idea from a little bit different angle. We've been working more with this kind of closed heritage interventions with our own archive, but also in general with the UNESCO Convention. how to ensure that the communities who are identifying to the material that can be found in archives, how can they have power or decision-making possibilities concerning their living heritage, not just the person that has actually given the recording, but then or sung the song, but the living heritage communities that there still are existing. What are their rights and how can those be ensured? But I'm sure that we will be talking about that later on in the dialogue part. So the Culture Goal campaign, I will be talking about this Culture Goal campaign. This has been established already before the 2030 agenda. So in 2010, 11, 12, 13, there were a lot of discussions and work done to include culture as independent SDG into the 2030 agenda, the development agenda. And it was not successful. And that was something that was really, really big mistake. And also one can argue that now, since we can accomplish the targets of the sustainability SDGs, only maybe 20–30%, that's the situation now. It might be very much because we don't have the culture as one of the SDGs. So there was an international campaign, and even though it was not included, the campaign continued, and now the situation and the aim is to have it in the post-2030 framework of sustainability. We don't know what will happen. Do we have still 17 goals or 20 goals, or maybe 100 goals or no goals in the next sustainability agenda? But we feel that culture has to be included. We cannot fight climate change if we don't affect cultural behavior of communities, of people. It's impossible. And this is why the international campaign has been going for the necessity of culture goal, independent standalone goal in the next framework. Why do we need an independent SDG goal? There are 3 reasons here listed. One is that culture sector itself commits to the sustainable development goals. We can imagine if we would have had culture SDG, it would have been easier from our archive or your theater or any cultural actor to really get into this sustainability thinking, even though we can say that there has been a lot of connections with culture and sustainability, a lot of actions, a lot of activities, but still, if there would have been a standalone goal, it could have been many, many folded. Then the second reason is comes actually like the global definition of culture, how it has evolved and how do we understand culture. 1982 in Mexico City, the first Mundiacult conference had a change of paradigm in defining culture, not to be only literature or arts, but really cultural behavior, everyday habits, identities, really broadening the definition of culture. We are still on the path realizing this kind of new paradigm, and the convention that I work with, the 2003 convention with intangible cultural heritage, I believe that it really, in that convention, you can feel this kind of a new idea of understanding culture, not so that heritage is something different, arts is something different, but that we are all talking about the same entity. So we need to get out of silos, cultural, geographical silos. In Asia, culture is defined in many communities very differently than in Latin America or Europe, or Africa. Then also the work that has been done in UNESCO in the global level. We have many, many conventions and many cultural declarations and different instruments. And with each of those, the definition, kind of the angle of culture, heritage, arts is different. And even though the idea of holiness, of this, that they are connected is there always, but it's not that visible in the concrete work. So we really need to get out of the convention silos and see the interrelation between World Heritage Convention and ICH Convention and 2005 Convention and different approaches. If we really want to make difference so that we can make impact through culture, we have to understand that these are very connected. And then also, especially from the Western world, from Finland, it's very easy to see that we have silos of arts, creative industry, culture, and then heritage. And they are often talked and discussed in separate chambers, thinking that they are kind of separate entities. But really, again, we need to understand the connections and the idea that there is actually one cultural behavior that we are talking about. And so this is kind of the idea of the SDG. Why do we need the SDG? We have to have one base, home base, for definition of culture that includes all these different silos, not so that we have to forget our own approach, and not to do only art, and we don't have to do heritage if we don't want to do, but to understand that the basic definitions are the same, so that we can have a dialogue, we can communicate when we have these basic definitions. Then the third reason is that other goals become achievable through the mobilizing power of culture, which I already mentioned, that it's not possible to really get rid of poverty, climate change, or these kind of challenges that we are facing now without the cultural behavior, or without the cultural lens to really understand what is happening and how can we change the situation. This standalone SDG, it was already mentioned in 22 in the Mondial Cult meeting, and now this one below is from the outcome document of 25. It could have been stronger, the mentioning and the text, but we can see here that the global cultural actors and the policymakers have already decided that this is the way to go, and this is something that we really need. So in a very high level way, this has been considered to be the right path, right tactics, but of course to get the diplomacy and the state parties to work with it so that we will really achieve it, it is really a different debate. Also, the first one is from the Finnish Cultural Policy Report, which also mentions the culture goal. And this is something that we work with the campaign, that we kind of try to remind Finnish and also the Nordic cultural actors and state parties, to remind them that this is not something to be afraid of, that we are already in. We have already decided in the global level, but also in national levels. What we have done with this campaign in Finland, so we have kind of copied the international campaign. This Kulta organization, NGO, which is the umbrella organization for Finnish cultural NGOs, is coordinating the national campaign. We were the initiators, the Finnish Folk Music Institute. 24, it was launched. And we are increasing knowledge and understanding in Finland about the campaign, about the need of independent SDG. So we have done documents, translated them in Finnish and English, published, had seminars, blogs, presentations. We have worked with different levels from the communities to the state party, try to convince that this is important activity, this is an important thing to be aware of, and also try to convince the different Nordic countries that if we want to be proud of our Nordic, also Brigitte was saying about our kind of things in our culture field that we can be proud of, that we can say that we have something that can be like an example to the global community. So one of these examples has always been the identity in the Nordic countries of the civil society and the active participation. So one of the main messages has been to Finland, but also to the Nordic states that actually this culture goal is this, has the same spirit included. So we could be also championing this culture goal in the global level. So before. Just a few days before last Mondiacult meeting in Barcelona, 25, there was the international campaign published a report from necessity to reality, which has the draft goal included. And the idea is to make visible that culture is goalable. It has been argued in many cases that culture is already there because you can have it in the preamble of the sustainability reports. You have in few kind of places you can find where culture is very much underlined and its importance. But really, when you get into the SDGs, where there is like tactical reasoning for them to be there, you cannot find culture. And one of the arguments was that culture is everywhere, it's not goalable. So that's why we don't need an independent SDG. But the same way you could say that the gender equality, it's not goalable because it's everywhere, or climate change is everywhere. So it is something that is goalable, and this draft goal now is kind of also proving that it is goalable, and also it's usable and it's beneficial for the cultural actors, but also on the whole when you talk about cities or state parties or even continents. And the draft goal, the idea is to bring together all the cultural policy dialogue that has been done in the global level in UNESCO mainly the last 80 years. 70 years. So different approaches, cultural rights, peace and non-violence, heritage, cultural expressions. So the third one with heritage, it's more interlinked with 72 and 2003 conventions, and then cultural expressions, 2005 convention, more about creativity, art, professional art, and so on. Fifth, cultural professionals. Then mobility, indigenous. And then the eighth one is ecosystemic governance. So that culture has to be included in all the development of the normal society. Urbanization, land planning, and so on. So these 8 targets are made how they are made in the SDG framework, if you're familiar with it. All the different SDGs, 17 SDGs, they have their targets. They have their number targets, which are these 8, and then they have their letter targets, which are like even more overarching targets. And those are A and B. First one, institutions. And then ensure that cultural considerations are taken into account in all international development goals, at the outset of and throughout all policy-making processes, whether or not associated with pre-existing cultural targets. So even more important is, when you really dig into that, that not only the cultural people engage in cultural activity or understand why culture is important for really have a sustainable world in the future, but even more important is to explain to other stakeholders and actors from different fields why culture is needed. What's the connection between culture, art, heritage, and cultural behavior of communities and human beings? And this is the first target. So this is always also comes from the framework of sustainability with the 17 SDGs. So the first target, this is just an example for you to see how it's built. First you have the name of the target, which is here cultural rights. And then you have indicator, and then the data source. And you have actually 3 levels of indicators. We have to remember, when we talk about UNESCO, we talk all the countries in the world, or basically, and all the cultures in the world. So these are not very applicable, maybe, in the large scale, like thinking from the large scale in your own theater or your concert hall. But these are kind of consensus-based definitions, what we have agreed together, or drafting this kind of agreement. So how the countries can monitor if the cultural targets, how they have been succeeded. So first, the main indicator, we have to also remember that there has to be data for this indicator. So these are quite general. Then there are additional indicators that maybe not in all countries is possible to have, but at least something to think of. And then there is a third level, which is the priority area for future indicator development. Something that we should develop way to collect data from all the countries, similar data, compatible data, so that in the future we could do this monitoring also in a better way. And then the last one would be the priority areas for qualitative reporting. So all the targets have, all the 8 targets plus A and B, they have this kind of content. I will be giving a workshop, if you're interested, about this draft goal, how you can use it in your own organization, in your city, in your work, or just in your community, or in your personal cultural activities. I will be asking 3 questions. First one will be, how do these, we will go through the targets a little bit with more depth, and then we will ask 3 questions. First one will be, what I already do according this draft goal. The second one will be, what could I do more according to this draft goal? And then the third one would be, is there something missing? Should we have something else in it? So the idea of the campaign is now, this really is a draft goal. And now the campaign aims to present it to different stakeholders and to take it to their work desk and leave it there for 1 hour or half a year to really see how can you benefit from this, how can you use it, can you be more engaged in sustainability through this kind of a tool. And then we gather the information, and then when the decisions are made, mainly next year, we hope to really present a strong argument that culture is goalable, we have done it, and also there is you can really see benefits from this goal, from the communities, from the culture sector, from different kind of actors, from cities, states, theaters, communities, and so on. So the campaign is going on. We have had the possibility to have some funding with Kulta ry and Finnish Folk Music Institute from Nordisk Culture Foundation. And so what we are now doing at this moment, we are collecting the work done here in Finland and try to also get a more present Nordic view out of this. So we will have workshops with Nordic stakeholders to get to know the campaign, and then also very much hoping that next year we would have a even stronger team behind the campaign and actually expanding the Finland campaign to a Nordic and Baltic campaign. Yes. This was actually my part here. So a few email websites. So you can find from the Kulta ry webpage, and then the culture2030goal.net, the international campaign. And then you have some other material about the seminars and webinars we have organized. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matti, for this very inspiring talk. Before we enter the panel discussion, I give the audience online and here in the room a possibility to have some clarifying questions or comments specifically to Matti's presentation, if there are any. Yes, I will throw the box. This one? Okay. Now.
Hi, my name is Lu. I'm a recent MA graduate from Aalto University. My question is, maybe when we're talking about like living heritage and communities are like bond with shared cultural identities or like sense of belongings or shared practices. That is also something that keeps evolving and changing. For example, when talking about heritage, it often is related to, for example, a sense of origins of family, but as the community evolves, for example, talking about Finnish folk heritage or Finnish cultural heritage, how can the institute or how can the heritage sectors to accommodate or pluralize the heritage for this constantly changing and expanding communities? For example, someone like me.
Thank you. Yes, a very, very good, important question. I talked about the 2003 Convention for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO, being kind of in flesh the idea behind the 82 Mondial Declaration, where the culture was defined more in a behavioral way. And when you look at the concept of intangible cultural heritage, it's an agreement, so it's not like true or it's not like research, but it's really like a legal document agreement. And the state parties, almost all of them have agreed the definition of intangible cultural heritage, and that has like three main sides or points. One is that it has to be community-based, so the value making comes always from the community, not from the expert point of view. So that means that if something is like 1,000 years old or is very sophisticated in some aesthetic system-wise, it doesn't have any meaning. The real meaning always comes from the community. If the practitioners, if the people who identify to it, think that this is important because of this and that, then that is the kind of the main value. So the community approach is the first one. The second one is the idea of living heritage. So when we talk about ICH, it's always coming from somewhere and also going somewhere. So it's not something that I only do for this moment, or it's not an artifact that exists in kind of where you can capture the time of it. So it has to have this idea of continuity. So it gives me value or identity, not only for this moment, but from the past and also to future. I want to make it continue for, I don't know what reason, but that's how it goes in our children or so on. And then the third definition is the idea of diversity, that culture. As we know in rainforest, you cannot say that this tree is more beautiful than this tree or more valuable. You can say that I think this is more beautiful, but really not say that this frog is more valuable than this plant, because everything is needed. And the same thing is with culture. So you cannot define, there is no culture better than other. There's no Beethoven or Peking opera, or you cannot really say that this is more valuable because it's more complex or it's older or for any reason. But really we need this idea of diversity. So these three kind of definitions, I think there you have some kind of key ground to start from. To really grasp the concept of community, it's like the most impossible task I've seen, so good luck. But I would start from the 2003 convention and really see that this is exactly the kind of reflections that we have to do in the heritage field, in the culture field altogether. We ourselves, we have to understand the connections and how the paradigms are built on top of each other. Because in UNESCO system, you don't destroy the old convention and then build a new one. You always build on top. And that sometimes gives you kind of like many definitions of many things, but it really, I think it's a very arguable plan also.
Thank you, Matti. And now I have a pleasure to ask everybody of the speakers to the panel. And I have actually a question to the stream. And is somebody looking at the online questions, because I don't have access to it? There are no questions, okay. But there are the microphones are here, and I can keep the box. Great. So who still remembers the question that I had in the beginning? Did somebody write it down? Should I return to it? So now we've heard two perspectives. Thank you so much, both of you, for these fantastic presentations. And now we have some time, 20 minutes or so, to discuss about these commonalities and differences, and perhaps we can invite the audience to pose more questions. But so one of the perspectives focused on the culture's role in sustainable development and this culture goal and so forth, and the other one was about the equitable access to heritage. And if we return to the question that nobody marked down, I want to ask, like, so if culture is truly should be accessible and used and understood as a public good, so what responsibilities do we have to protect, share, and sustain it? So you had a call for action, and then you were talking about communities and participation. But could you elaborate a bit, like what could be the responsibilities that we have as a community and cultural institutions and different entities? Matti, can you start? You're the closest one.
Yeah. Yes, this is. It has been actually very intriguing, this moment for learning also. Understanding that we are talking about quite deep, like, philosophical questions. How we think about data, who owns it? How we think about identity, who owns it? Is it individual? Is it group and communities? Is it the state parties, maybe? World is organized so that we have state parties here, and they are kind of running the world. And this is the legal structure that we have we have. But we also have definitions of family and individual rights and so on. So this is something, this is the kind of the framing of it all. Then I think two questions or ideas that has now come up to me. Maybe I'm wishing that I will have a better understanding after this discussion. But it's kind of the contradictory. It seems, actually it's not, but on the other hand, to save the planet, we need to share information and knowledge and our experiences. Everybody understands that. I think this is, I don't find anybody who argues against that. But also at the same time, as we are talking about this open data and the need to really work with that, at the same time, we have to deal with the individual and also community rights to your own identity and own data. And I think these two things are the ones that we really have to define, and I think the statement is very good already work that has been done. I haven't, I'm not that deep in this kind of thinking that I can really articulate it more. Just maybe ask questions, but I think these two kind of levels are the place where we should do the work, and then also maybe kind of go against the idea that somebody else will have the possibility to use your data without your kind of that is not beneficial for you, that there is kind of a third party. And I think this is something the playground we are working. And then maybe one another idea that came to my mind was that we have, for example, from this culture goal thinking and this kind of idea of cultural behavior, also kind of the world paradigm is very economic based. So we also have to remember that all the economic activities, they are human culture also. So there are humans who are actually, okay, we are not talking about AI now, but humans who are acting, who want to identify to these things. If you look from space and they come here, they will see my commercial activities as heritage also, because I'm very engaged. I also want that my children do the same things, and so on. So I think this is maybe one approach that we have to remember, that the economic part of it is not something that just we don't have any tools or means to make an influence.
Thank you, Matti. How about you, Brigitte?
Hello. There's so many ways to answer your questions, and I think I will piggyback on what you just said, but also place cultural heritage institutions at the center of this ecosystem, because traditionally institutions like libraries, museums, and archives have held this heritage and have driven the narrative around it, and they have manifested their mission almost as gatekeepers. They have this duty, they have this responsibility, this mission-driven passion to care for heritage, but that sometimes goes a bit too far in the sense that it ends up preventing legitimate access from other stakeholders in the ecosystem. And so when you think about, and when you ask about what new models of collaboration there could be, I think there's a huge role for heritage institutions who are really in this pivotal space between the source communities, the public, and when they are public, the state, to act as gate openers to this heritage and enable the creation of new knowledge and the sharing of new narratives around this heritage that they still have a responsibility to care for, but inviting new perspectives and new ways of understanding this heritage that is more participatory, that is more collaborative, and that reflects a diversity of perspectives over that heritage. And I think this is really, really important, because otherwise we might end up with a lopsided view of what heritage is. If it's just being funneled through institutions in a very traditional way, we will miss out on how heritage actually permeates so many layers of society. And as you say, it's even part of the way that we deal among each other as humans. That is also part of culture and is represented in our heritage. So I think there is a role for these institutions in opening up access to be enablers for social transformation rather than simple custodians of heritage in the kind of traditional conservative way. And an example that I could share of that is, again, the Natural History Museum in the UK that digitized its collections of butterflies. So here we're talking about natural heritage. I don't know if that's also part of culture. Maybe that's stretching it a bit far. But a museum that has hundreds of thousands of digitized images of butterflies, made them openly accessible under CC0, and then scientists are able to compare butterflies across centuries and are able to see the impact of climate change on the shape and size of these insects. And what they found out is that hotter years produce bigger insects. So let's not get it too hot. Let's make sure we don't have giant butterflies roaming the earth. But what I mean by that is that there's a role for institutions to make that information accessible to the public so that we can extract this important information that is really essential if we want to achieve sustainable development goals.
Thank you so much. This taps very much to what Matti was saying about the living heritage. That's something that we have to understand the past, but also make sense of the future. And both of you were mentioning about how to break the silos. In concrete terms, what would be your recommendation or wish for the future? How do we break these silos even more and have this kind of a cross-collaboration between different fields and so forth? Do you have any other good examples or practices to share?
Yeah, I think this is one of the dearest subject to myself, maybe, and I really need a big need in that. So I think in all of our lives, even though if you don't work with the culture sector, you can find moments and examples where you can see overlapping of cultural heritage and arts, like or creative industry. And some butterflies, for example. When you see these kind of overlapping ideas in your own head, I just think that these are the moments that we should find the connections. And with these connections, when we have 10 or 100 or 1,000 of those connections, we start to understand that, oh, okay, ballet, actually it's cultural heritage. And then actually, oh, folk music, oh, that's arts, actually. And this is creative industry, and this is, and I think these kind of connections, we have to make it in our personal life, but also, of course, in the city level and in your institution, cultural institution level, and also in the state party level, and then, of course, in UNESCO level.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add?
I would say that making heritage openly accessible is one of the key ways to break these silos, because suddenly heritage can flow in a much freer way, and then it can find its way across the silos very organically. So to some extent, maybe making it openly accessible is already enough in order to stimulate collaboration. Of course, there is a whole communication and education element. You need to make people aware that it's there, gain more visibility, but making it openly accessible is actually a very empowering way for anyone who has a connection with this heritage to develop it and seek out partners and collaborators also across borders. And we had another example, again, with the climate change, where students were invited to look at videos from the archives in the Netherlands. There was a terrible flood in the 1960s, and lots of videos and pictures and very traumatizing episode in recent memory. And what these students were able to do then is take these archival videos of the effects of climate change, reinterpret them in an artistic way, because these were also design and art students, and build imaginary futures of what would happen with rising sea levels. So all of these components, climate change, education, art and design, and heritage, were all kind of wrapped into one, and I think that's a really good illustration of how these silos were suddenly busted in one single project, and really shows the power of access to heritage in order to achieve that.
Wonderful, and it also taps to this, you mentioned solving global problems and the emergencies in our societies at the moment. Matti, yes.
If I can continue, this is very good example. I think we work in silos, and this is why the impact and the real meaning of culture is not visible, and it's not we cannot use it. And this is I think this kind of data ownership matters. This you can really use it as an example that when you go to the indigenous people's rights or cultural rights or community rights, like from my perspective. Or then if you go to this copyright system, the Western or the global copyright system with the kind of professional individual rights, and you work with all of these in their own silos. And when you don't have, from the definition side, you have different definition of different words. And this is why they stay in silos. And the impact will not be very strong, because they are just like talking with each other that, okay, I mean this, but I don't understand. We cannot even kind of communicate about the real matters. So that's why also I think it's very important to kind of, when you think about open data, open heritage, or the community rights according to archive material, or then the professional copyright system, that also those you should think as a whole to really kind of have a common definition of things. I know that this is a huge task, and with WIPO, for example, it has not gone anywhere. But I think this is really the only way, and if it comes from the ground, from the grassroots, the demand of this, I think there is totally like a different way. Or the possibility is much stronger if we really do the dialoguing and do the discussions already with the culture sector ourselves. And then the WIPO, the UNESCO, they will follow what the communities say.
Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to open a discussion, a dialogue with audience. And now, Maria, I'm going to throw this to you, okay?
Yep. Okay, thank you, Maria Pirttivaara from Open Knowledge Finland. There have been some mentioning about data ownership, and I would like to challenge actually that, because I refer to one Finnish law perspective. There is an article or report by the Finnish Economic Research Center, ETLA, 2018 Data Ownership and Governance, Finnish Law Perspective. And this is in line with the European Union data laws. They say in abstract, as a general rule, information and data cannot be owned. Information and data may belong to various actors, but they cannot be owned in the legislative sense. Information can, however, be managed. The most natural view of information and data management is that the actor is the one who owns the device and the service where the information and data are. And I think this is quite an informal, important shift of discussion, or can be when you drop out the old this kind of idea of ownership, then you are discussing about ownership, okay. But if you discuss about who is managing, who is controlling data, there can be copyrights that kind of ways, but there are also technical ways, what kind of standards are used, what tools can be used, are there some features like more accurate pictures, it can be said that it is a feature you have to pay for that. So I think also we here in cultural heritage side should shift from this discussion of data ownership to this control and manage. And you can check if you want from the European Union data-related directives and laws whatsoever that it is control and manage, not ownership. Thank you.
Yes. I think you're referring to the Open Data Directive, which stated very clearly that public sector information should be openly accessible. And this is a very, very important principle. No?
Very general.
In generally.
Different data directives.
Oh, the Data Act. Okay.
The European Union level we have, it is not just some public data or my data or whatsoever. I look this from the perspective of fair data economy and also when deep coverage of all these data laws of the European Union.
Okay, okay. But I think the Open Data Directive and the Data Act pointed the same direction, that as you mentioned, it's really important that public sector information is openly accessible, and the European Union is also favoring Creative Commons licenses to disseminate their own reports and all of their publications. And I think it goes in the direction that we were saying, that there's some information that just wants to be free, and CC licenses and tools are a useful mechanism to communicate that. When it comes to open heritage, like I mentioned at the beginning, the definition includes not only the heritage itself, but the metadata and the data associated with these objects, and that we recommend should be in the public domain. So the data that is associated with heritage should be made available under CC0 in order to support interoperability, but again, for this information about heritage to be able to travel.
Thank you. We have a next audience question.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question for Matti. You had a sentence towards the end that I picked up on. You said that value making comes from community and not from the experts. Could you expand on your point of view why expert opinion or moderation shouldn't be a central role or even driving force in the value making discourse?
A very good question. So this comes from the 2003 convention, how intangible cultural heritage is defined. Maybe I try to do it through examples. I don't know if I really have an answer to that, if I'm able to answer, but I will try. What is like revolutionary in 2003 convention? For example, if you have an element that you inscribe to the list of UNESCO through this convention, if you use the word authentic or kind of define the value of the cultural activity because it's so old, like the age, or then if you define the value of a cultural element or activity through the complexity of or like aesthetic reasons, those are not accepted in this convention. Because the idea, and it's more like practical, because the idea of the convention is to safeguard the heritage, give the future generations also a possibility to identify with the old heritages that we have in the world. And if we go with this expert kind of value-making process, it will not safeguard as effectively. Because it might, of course, do it for 10 years or something, but on the whole, it's quite obvious that the definition has to come from the practitioners, from the community itself. So, for example, I come from Kaustinen. We have the Kaustinen fiddle playing inscribed in the international list of humanity of ICH. And I've been saying as an example that if the community, if the practitioners, they want to take the fiddle out and start to play guitars, but they really identify, they think this is the way to go. Me, as in an expert situation, even though I work with them, well, also with the community, or also as a community member, but from the expert status, I don't have a say to say that, no, don't do that, because then we will lose all these projects and this, we have done so many nice photographs, and because so it really, you have to let the culture live, so to survive. And this is kind of the approach that the 2003 convention has. It is very, very revolutionary. It depends on the angle you look, but for example, from high arts or something like that, the definition is very, very different, and still inside the convention, we are learning how to deal with it. Where we don't know where it's going, but this is maybe the ground work of what I meant. Hope you got something.
Thank you very much. And I think we have room for one more question from the audience, and if nobody asks, then it will be me asking it. Okay, I'll do the final question. So we have been discussing about the public open heritage and rights to culture and so forth. And maybe from a personal note, I've been working with open culture and cultural heritage for more than 20 years now, and I've had a tiny bit of an identity crisis at some point, so I'm just sharing it for the world now. So, because at the beginning of the open movement and working with Creative Commons licenses and open knowledge, I was pushing for openness. I was just like, everything has to be open, and many of us did, and we believed in the technology and what they could enable for the reuse. And now, looking back, I'm a bit concerned because we were not thinking about the risks. So, what are the risks that you see at the moment and in the near future that within these initiatives? Are there any risks, and how can we tackle those risks? I'm not mentioning AI, but I'm mentioning it now. But there's some other risks that you can see with these approaches that in 20 years of now, we will look back and see like, oops, oh, we didn't think about it.
Yeah, I think, like I said, that open should be a means to an end and not an end in and of itself. And I don't know if that helps you, but it helped me kind of appreciate the fact that openness can tolerate some limits and can have some boundaries. And by establishing how far and how much open we can make things, we are actually strengthening it by putting some guardrails about uses that we don't believe go along with the goals of open access. So remember when I said that openness is a means towards preservation, towards safeguarding, towards transmission to the new generations, towards the creation of new knowledge. It's not that openness should be reached at any point. And if we see that openness has some unintended consequences, some undesired effects that we hadn't foreseen, let's go back to our ultimate objective and see if openness is still a way to go there, and if we need to kind of recalibrate a little bit what openness means. And I think that, okay, we'll talk about AI. It's a really perfect example of how we see the commons and things that are being shared openly suddenly becoming fodder for a very extractive set of practices that go against some of the values that established the commons in the first place, that were not anticipated when people started sharing openly. So our responsibility now in the open movement is to really come to terms with what openness means, how many stakeholders are taking advantage of this, and if this is the kind of behavior that we believe should go together with how we perceive the commons. And it's our role to not only make sure that what we think should be open is open, but set the norms and the rules so that people interacting with the commons have this shared understanding, this shared social contract of what the commons should be. And that way we will be able to make sure that it's sustainable and that it helps us achieve our objectives. So let's not lose the forest for the tree.
This gives me hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matti.
Yeah, this is very good, and I think that this statement also works as like a place for discussion and dialogue with the other entities of the society, and I think this is also very important from the culture field, but also from the data field, so to say, that we just don't go with our own ideas and definitions, but then we have the real dialogue with other levels and sectors of society so that we can maybe learn more and then also educate other people. Maybe I will repeat myself. Saving the world is, of course, the aim with all of us. I try to leave the kind of the short-term projects for others and try to kind of think of the long-term idea. And I think it's something that I already said, that it's the key is the cultural behavior. And the idea that if we get a law or somebody else tells you, okay, that you cannot use that kind of transportation or you cannot eat that kind of food, you will do it if there is a legal system for it, if there is a social system for it, okay, to obey the rules. But then when the situation turns, you go away or something happens or the police is not there looking at you, you will go to your own behavior, the old behavior. And I think here lies also the problem nowadays, that if we only try to have this kind of expert knowledge on sustainability or ecological consummation and things like that, so that the individuals are actually responsibility in their actions, it's not going to work like that. It can work for a while, but not on a whole. It's not going to work. So we really need, so that we can build into our identity, intergenerational identity, the ideas of sustainability, so that I eat food which has a cultural meaning to me, and I eat it because my ancestors maybe ate it, or I want my children to eat it. I identify to it. It's like, well, traditional food is the easy way to say it, but eating with a meaning, so to say. And through this kind of behavioral change, then we have to change it once, and then the people, individuals and the communities, they will teach it on. So this kind of change, like the base level change is what we need, and I think this is something that we should concentrate on.
Thank you so much. So working on the local level of behavioral change, but also in the international frameworks and giving incentives to cultural institutions to push for the openness and sustain openness. Thank you so much for this dialogue and for your presentations. Let's give an applause. If I'm not mistaken, we have now a coffee break that will be served in the foyer or in the cafe, and 3:30 or 4.
Are we back in schedule?
No, we are not.
No.
we are.
So we have freestyle.
Yeah, but so you decide when you come back.
Okay, but I think, well, thank you. I wanted to maybe Matti to set some schedule, not restrictions, but guidelines.
Yes, so I think 3:30 we will begin with the workshops, if you're interested, so we can go a little bit deeper in the ideas about our campaign, and that will be in a room.
Room called Niemi. And I don't know the exact location, but we'll find out so that you will find. But I suggest that the people come directly to you while you're here and we are having coffee, so that you will connect and go there together. Yes. And it's in English,
as assumed.
Yes.
Yeah, and back here in, will it be half an hour now? Yes, half an hour, like past. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to say we can start, because it looks like the few people left in the culture fair might join momentarily, hopefully. But I know there's also a workshop upstairs, so maybe they will join later as well. Thank you all for coming back. I hope you had a good break with coffee and everything. Let me just pull up my notes. So, this is the last session of the day before we all go to the sauna. Well, you don't have to go, but there is a sauna event after this. I just want to start out by saying thank you to Susanna and AvoinGLAM for inviting me to host this panel. Thank you to the partners and the organizers, and thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation for making it possible. My name is Benedict, and I'm here on behalf of the Content Partnerships Hub, which is a Wikimedia consortium of affiliates that aim to support anyone in the movement with content partnerships, essentially. But more generally at any stage of development. So it can be ideas or more formal agreements already in place, or data uploads, or more technical tasks. But specifically to make use of Wikimedia tools and platforms with cultural heritage and collections materials. So that's kind of where I'm coming from here today. But for our conversation, I want to focus on the theme of the conference, so heritage at risk. Across the world, all kinds of communities are working against the odds to safeguard what makes them who they are. Their languages, their stories, their traditions, their memory. Amidst economic distress, climate catastrophe, conflict, and quiet erosion, cultural heritage is at risk. And yet, digital tools and open strategies are opening new possibilities for communities to document, share, and govern their own culture on their own terms. So my hope is that this conversation brings together a mix of experts to explore what that looks like in practice. This conversation is framed by the themes of the conference, as I mentioned, to help set the stage for the coming days, as well as open up our thinking and ideas for opportunities and possibilities as we work together in the Think and Do Culture Hackathon. I'm very happy to be joined by Deepesha Burse from Wikimedia Deutschland, Daniel Antal from Wikimedia Hungary, and Tove Åsted from AvoinGLAM and Aalto University. Thank you for being here and for your spontaneity in being part of this conversation. To start, I'd like to ask each of you to introduce yourselves a bit and to answer the question, why are you here? Why are you here today? And to start the conversation, to share one example from your own work of cultural heritage or knowledge that you helped bring into the open, something that might otherwise have been lost, forgotten, or simply never shared. So I'll start with you, Tove, and then we'll go this way around.
Oh, well, hello. So I'm Tove Åsted. I have the privilege of being one of the organizers of this event, and I'm really happy to see you all here and looking forward to talking to you over the few days coming up. So I'm from Aalto University. My responsibility is long-term preservation, digital long-term preservation. But I have a background as an archivist, and also as an archivist helping small museums, small heritage museums, to reach digitalization, to reach the digital world, to be able to share and be part of the heritage at large instead of being forgotten. So my perspective from this, in this panel, would probably be the way of small museums that don't have much resources in people or money to be able to take part in this discussion and how we could help them. One of my examples would be from the Aalto University archives. We have a lot of heritage at the Aalto University archives. It's not only student works and research, it's also what just happens to be dumped into the archives. For 100 years we had a course in the School of Architecture that the students always, they had to have a measurement drawing class. It was compulsory. For 100 years now, it's not compulsory anymore. But we decided to digitize all these measurement drawings. And these measurement drawings were drawn of, could be anything in Finland. It could be saunas, it could be churches, it could be like a yard of some sort, it could be the inside of houses, outside of houses. And we digitized them all, and they're all available online. And we had feedback from people who had found their old houses that had been burnt down. There might have been some photographs, but not really. People are not photographing in a documentary way. And now these measurement drawings that are really, really like accurate, and through these drawings, they were made possible to rebuild old houses that might be, or churches even, that had been burnt.
My name is Daniel Antal. The way I got here, I think it answers Connor's question. 2 years ago in the Wikimedia CE meeting, there was a small meeting of Finnish, Estonian and Hungarian Wikimedians on how we could help smaller Finno-Ugric groups who have stuck in the incubator phase of Wikipedia, like Leaves, Maris, to develop their open knowledge networks. And I thought that I would like to dwell into this topic because I use Wikibase, the technology behind the Wikimedia products, in rights management and with GLAM institutions. So I started to work with small communities like Leaves or Blood Galleons or Udmurts, Maris, how they could be part of Wikimedia, how we could work with their private or GLAM collections that are on a very different scale compared to a Finnish or an Estonian national museum. So that's what brought me here to learn about this. We had in the weekend a wonderful meeting of the Nordic Wikimedia chapters where I was the first time meeting those people who are doing these wonderful Sami Wikipedia projects. We're doing something very similar with related small peoples. I'm here with Eva, who's sitting there. We have a small project. We won a small EU grant where what we are doing now is that we're bringing to these Wikimedia and other open platforms Livonian and Latgalian materials from private collections, from regional small museums that don't really have any kind of digital infrastructure, and we're also connecting it with Latvian, Estonian, Finnish and Hungarian national organizations that hold about these small groups interesting material that is not really accessible for them, because if you have like an Udmurt material in the Estonian or Finnish national collection, it's described in Finnish or Estonian language that's not necessarily available for a member of the Udmurt community. So I work with these kind of issues, working for underrepresented and small language communities to work in the global systems of linked open data and generally the Wikimedia platforms.
Hi everyone, I'm Deepesha Burse. I'm a developer advocate at Wikimedia Deutschland. I work on linked open data. So the reason that I'm here is to talk about how we can structure data to make it machine readable and so that it's actually available digitally when you search for things. Yeah, that's mainly why I'm here. Something that I recently helped to get data public, which wouldn't have been there if we didn't help, would have been the community of Nigeria. They wanted to put information about election violence onto a Wikibase instance. So we introduced them to Wikibase Cloud, and now they're going to make an instance about all of the election violence that happens in Nigeria. So I think that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for those introductions. So I think there's an interesting like jump between time and space, because what you just mentioned is very, very much in the contemporary in terms of creativity and what gets created. But I want to start the conversation to look at who decides what gets saved. So when resources are scarce and everything can't be preserved, how do communities assert control over their own heritage? What happens when outside institutions, funders, or algorithms end up making decisions on their behalf? So how do we make these connections, and how do we maintain those areas of control? Who would like to start?
I'm working on this from a different perspective. So, for example, currently in the current Russian Federation, there is a lot of erasure of culture, closing of institutions that preserve, for example, Udmurt Mari or Komi culture. But Estonian, Finnish, and Hungarian organizations were collecting artifacts that these communities are not necessarily aware of. So a lot of times the decision has been already made and these communities are not aware of it. So that's an important aspect of the decolonization of archives, that sometimes we already made a decision for people who are not aware of it. And in this case, what I'm working on is to make them aware, so that to make it available in their language and in their contexts and in interfaces that they can find, that they know about it. I know this is not answering your question, but I just want to say that in a super digital world, I think a lot of times without consent or informed consent, a lot of things are being saved. So I don't have an answer to the original question, but I would just like to mention that it can be extended that, well, often the decision was made without the subjects being informed.
Yes, sadly, it's usually about resources, and we're talking about the smaller communities or small heritage museums and places like that. They don't have so we have to help them along. And what we've been working on for some bits is to get them to be known, that there at least exists, and like small-scale digitization can help that. They can take some of their own photographs. They can be put in a context with others so that they're found and that people acknowledge that they exist. So that's like the first small step.
Yeah, I think in line with what they both said, I think in the end it's awareness, and then make the communities actually decide what goes out, what is prioritized, what is not prioritized. Because if we have all of these institutions deciding instead of communities, you'll have digitization without representation. So a lot of focus should be on capacity building, building communities. That's something that I think Wikimedia is already focusing a lot on. So yeah, I think communities should decide, and if we have platforms institutes deciding, that would be the biggest problem.
I just wanted to add one more point of view, because I work with an increasing number of memory institutions who receive donations, from private donations from everywhere. And so when you're saying what gets saved, that's a very digital idea. And I think that now the threshold of keeping something is very, very low. But for example, I know that in physical collections, often they have a 40 years of backlog of describing what they have. So for example, the prestigious American institutions like the Smithsonian, everybody wants to donate to them. Or in Hungary, the Ethnography Museum. We have a private collection called Forte Pound that receives private donations, and then we made a decision that what is not in our collection strategy, we will give it to the Ethnographic Museum. Well, after the first bunch of donations, they said, okay, this will take us 5 years to describe properly. So I think that especially with born digital or digital culture, the gesture of saving something is very easy, but that doesn't really make that information structured or usable. So I think that it's also, this is getting a very blurry question that, well, there might be even many cameras and who knows what's going to be saved or backlogged. So there's a lot of things are saved, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we know what is being saved and how it can be used.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to respond? No, because that's a very good point to my next question, which is what does meaningful access actually look like? So let's say that everything gets digitized, but then what does it mean to be able to engage with it? So digital tools can make heritage visible to the world, but visibility isn't always the same as benefit. How do you balance open sharing with a community's right to set the terms of their own culture? How is it encountered, used, credited, and how do we create an ecosystem of shared values in that sense?
I think, again, communities should set the terms. And how we would do that, I think I would link this to Wikibase in general, is just structured data is usable, it's machine readable, it's a lot easier to share and benefit from. So I think while communities set the terms, they decide what is prioritized, what is not prioritized, and it should be with a lot of context. It should go into structured data, which is then usable. I think so. It's not just visible, but it can actually be used to do something with it. So yeah, I think that's how I would.
Yeah, I think you're very right. I just think that there's a big gap from where you are as a small community to be talking about structured data. So maybe that's one of the big challenges we have. Maybe we can discuss that also during the days we are here, because otherwise, even if we know what would be good, how to get there is maybe even the bigger problem.
I have a project where we're just trying to investigate this exact problem. So we increasingly see that, well, machine readability is very good because then AI agents can review this for us and then they are not hallucinating. But that's just one point of view, that the data should be understandable for an AI agent. In our case, we're creating a kind of a decolonization case study, if you will, about Udmurt cultural heritage held in Finnish, Estonian, and Hungarian cultural organizations. And we want to make it accessible to 3 user groups, if you will. We want to make it available for those who are native speakers of Udmurt. Well, Udmurt is unfortunately a language that is not used in universities anymore. So usually the Udmurt speakers are low-educated people living in villages, elderly. So making aware of them what is held requires a different language. So it's not a simple translation problem. We're working with an Udmurt literary translator who tries to make it understandable how a Finnish or an Estonian or Hungarian collection describes an Udmurt article, which is a very technical, often museologist language. But then, of course, we have a second user group, those museologists or archivists who work with this, or Finno-Ugric researchers. For them, we use Russian and English as a natural language. And then we translate it to machine-readable data. But we're talking about 3 semantics here with 3 groups that have to understand it. The community that uses a different language and different concepts, researchers who can do comparative research in Finno-Ugric studies or dress history, and then the computer agent, which is increasingly important. And how to align this is what we are experimenting with. Of course, I won't want to go into the techniques, but I think it's very important to see that understandability for the community means different than for a preserving institution and for the computer.
Yeah. Would anyone like to follow up? Okay. To connect this a bit more to communities of practice and how we create systems that are co-created with our communities, I want to ask, how do we build for communities that can't afford to fail? So under-resourced communities don't necessarily have the luxury for expensive systems or technical staff. This is the case all over the world. What does sustainable community-owned digital infrastructure really look like in practice, and who bears the responsibility for maintaining this over time? I know this is a long question, but maybe we'll get somewhere. And then what are the creative and kind of low-resource backup solutions for preserving digital cultural heritage? So these are ideas of systems that might not be connected to the internet, but that are still exist in the digital context. I wonder if you might have ideas on this as well.
It's impossible, of course, for all kind of small communities to build an archive and start thinking of digital infrastructure. So some of them might should maybe contact bigger institutions and donate their materials there. But then it's much about trust and to give away what you have, and the trust there, that might be a problem. And how do you even to look at the contract and write something in a who has the right to write the donation contract for heritage that's lying around somewhere. So when whose responsibility is it to collect that and give it to a trustworthy institution for long-term preservation, for example, and take care of the responsible sharing? Yeah. It's really hard.
I think for that, what we, Wikibase Cloud works in that way. I think where Wikimedia Deutschland pays for the infrastructure, but the community themselves can put their data. So that way, it's a lot more controlled. So they decide the ontology, they decide what goes on there, how it goes, what context is there. So I think that kind of fixes some of it. It's still not going to be completely reachable to everyone. I think that's always going to be a problem. It's a bit difficult to reach that, but I think this is at least somewhere it's going in that direction where it's a shared responsibility. We manage the cost for hosting and the technical side of things so that they can just focus on preserving the culture and heritage.
What I'm trying to do and what we are experimenting with this, so I'm a huge fan of Wikibase and Wikidata, obviously, because I think it brought down the threshold of creating structured knowledge and made it much more cheap, easier to do, but it's still a high threshold. So we are creating tools that are helping to import knowledge into Wikibase from less structured sources, even from a Word document, or designing simple documents that work like similarly to a PDF form that you can fill in, that somebody can send back in an email. So we're looking into ways how you can create review without access to servers, without understanding how to work with the database, because I think we here share quite a strong technical background, but that's not something to be taken for granted. So I think that the Wikipedia and Wikimedia movement brought down the threshold of technical skills needed, so that now we have a very broad movement that creates wonderful open knowledge, but it is still a very small part of society that can engage with this in an efficient way. And I think that there's always a lot of room to make it simpler, more intuitive, and for those who are not knowledgeable about structuring knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely still hard. It's not an easy thing to use if you're not technical. I don't think it's completely intuitive. So it's definitely hard. Maybe one way would be to again reach out to more people, build human infrastructure basically, where you actually train people on how to use it. It's a lot about like what you said, like awareness and like talking to people, showing them how it's done, but it's still a long way to go. I think internet is not that easily accessible to everybody. It's hard. Technology is not that easy for everybody, so I agree, I understand.
And now we're talking about shareable data and materials, but there might be both kinds, that everything can't be shared in the same way. There might be in the same pile of photographs, but some of it is problematic and some of it is not. And so you can't use just one system for all.
Yeah, I think that that's very true. So I think this also, again, is a good bridge into my last question before I open up to questions from our audience, which is what is lost when heritage becomes mediated by AI? So as AI systems increasingly synthesize and repackage cultural materials, what are the risks for small, minority, indigenous, or other underrepresented communities whose knowledge and traditions were never designed to be decontextualized? And what, if anything, can be done about it?
It's a really difficult question because in one sense, because AI is so much used now, so I would really love it if there would be like good sources for everything there. But then I realized that there's not. So if there's not enough sources, then it will build up their own versions, and the version is going to duplicate, and suddenly we don't have any truths at all. And in the same way, if we have a minority, we won't ever have enough information to give AI to have. So it would give a good answer to your honest questions about things. So I don't know. By restricting, it's going to make it worse. If we open up more, that's a risk for the indigenous people's cultures, for example. So yes, someone else can give the answer on how to do this.
I am a member of the Dutch AI Coalition, and which is a public-private coalition of trying to make sure that AI will work for Dutch society and not only for a few companies. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and I would say that, first of all, not only endangered languages and small communities were not designed to be decontextualized by AI. And also I want to say that AI is now becoming a mainstream world, and people think about LLMs and ChatGPT and Gemini about AI, but AI has a 70 years history already. And according to the EU and OECD definition of AI, Wikidata is also AI. It is a graph system that can infer and can be used for inference. So I would like people to stop a little bit when they are talking about AI in very general terms, because there's a revolution going around us that we don't really understand, and most of us don't even have a technical vocabulary or any kind of vocabulary to talk about it, and just generally give advice to be very careful. You know, don't over-rely on it. Don't think that ChatGPT knows something, but I think that maybe these small universes of culture, like small communities, are more vulnerable to it, but I think that the problem is very similar on all scales. I think that humanity unleashed something that we're absolutely not really aware of how to use well for our own welfare.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think to restrict the scope, maybe it could be generative AI, so specifically LLMs and stuff that's very, very commonly used now by basically everybody. Yeah, I think it's affected, heritage is affected by context, nuance, and rationality. So culture is layered, and AI just flattens everything. So it's like a weird way to put it. That means that a lot of the context is lost. Whatever information you're getting, context specifically, you're getting from communities, you're going to lose that, and it's not going to make as much sense as it was before. And yeah, small and underrepresented knowledge is going to basically be erased in the same way, because it's not being used in training as much as it should. But yeah, it's a loop. It's not that simple. I don't think we have a perfect solution for that. It's hard.
It is hard. And perhaps the next days can offer an opportunity for us to unpack it a bit more concretely with ideas and creativity. Thank you all for opening this panel. I would like to turn it over to our lovely audience here and see if someone has questions for anyone here.
So, hi. Thank you for the comments so far. It's been really interesting, and I've been making notes like crazy. One thing that I have on my mind is that I feel like cultural preservation has to go beyond the digital record of items. There's a lot of embodied information, there's a lot of context around these recorded data points. And I feel like there are a lot of aspects of it that might be very difficult to datify. So my question would be, what is the strategy around creating structured data sets about these cultural kind of nuggets and representations and artifacts? And how do we avoid a lot of this information falling through the cracks that doesn't really fit into a pre-existing structure? And what do we do with these structured data that it's a rigid structure? And how do we manage things that might not want to fit into these pre-existing structures? I know it's a very long and complex one, but it's maybe a direction.
From an archive point of view, that is a problem that's been around for a long time since we started digitization, because in the physical world, there might be there's a box of a lot of things, and they all are connected. There might be stories told, there might be images, there might be documents. Everything is packaged, and it's part of the same story. When it's digitized, it's going to be spread around, and you have to be kind of a researcher to understand what else is surrounding this one item I've just found, or are you just concentrating on this one item, and then you won't understand the whole story. So yes, I can just say that you're right. Yeah.
I work with music, and music is intangible, and musical works or folk songs often have thousands of manifestations. So I do two kind of things. I try to identify the creators of music so that they can be paid, or the performers. Or what we're doing in this Finno-Ugric data sharing space is that we're trying to find Livonian language folk songs, for example, for those people who want to relearn the Livonian language. Now, these musical works, and this also applies to literature and folklore, are inherently intangible. However, people usually in these days enjoy them or get familiar with them through digital interfaces. So for example, they listen to it on their smartphone via a Spotify app. So while the intangible work is not really easy to datify, usually there is a manifestation that eventually takes the forms of a file. So, or if you want to visit a piece of public art here in Oulu, probably you will use a Google map to find it. So I think that often what is not datafied is not the actual piece of art or the work or the abstract intangible heritage, but still we use a lot of digital technology to enjoy it or find it. And that can be structured and that can be useful. So if you would like to find Livonian folk music or folk music with Livonian text, that's extremely difficult with current digital services because it's a non-standardized language and the texts don't exist. And we can help that. So there are things that are not directly related to the culture itself, but the practice of how you are using it, it can be datafied and it can be actually quite helpful. Well,
Other question? Okay. Do you know who's announcing the song? No. Do you know who's announcing the song? If there are no other questions, I would just like to thank our panelists again for being here and for contributing to the conversation. My understanding is that the next thing is the sauna festival, but I don't see anyone else from AvoinGLAM here to make an announcement about it. I don't know where Susanna is. But yeah, let's give a round of applause to our panelists first.
I just want to encourage everyone to come to the sauna party tonight. Take this with you. This is going to be transformed to bracelets and to get some food. And you can come even though you don't want to go to the sauna. You can come anyway. And we use swimsuits. And so it's not real sauna culture. So yes, so please come. If anyone is on the stream, I want to say thank you to you as well. And we're not going to be streaming anymore. And tomorrow we're going to be working. But on Wednesday, we're going to be online again. So be sure to get back.